Everybody to the Board of Supervisors meeting for July 10th, 2007. If you would all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There are several addendums to today's agenda. Several. Let's see if it's on here. Before I forget, the first thing I want to mention is that item number 13, the zoning amendment and tentative subdivision tract map for Wallace Lake Estates, is going to be continued for 2 weeks, which means it will come back to the board on the 24th of July. Is that correct? 24th is 2 weeks. So item number 13 will come back to the board on the 24th. Developer wants to fine-tune this a little bit, and it gives the clerical staff time to adequately notice that issue, that item. The addendums for today, for July 10, 2007, 9:10 a.m. administration, item number 12A, discussion and possible action regarding minute order approving an amendment to the communications site lease with TMO CANV LLC, located at the Calaveras Airport. Excuse me. You'll have item 12B, discussion and possible action regarding resolution authorizing the county administrative officer to submit an application to the State of California Department of Transportation for state matching grant funds for FAA Airport Improvement Program in the amount of $20,002 at Calaveras County Airport. Discussion and possible action, minute order awarding a bid for Calaveras Airport apron rehabilitation, hangar area access taxiways, and drainage improvements to Granite Construction in the amount of $1,389,174, subject to a FAA approval. Item 12D, discussion and possible action, minute order approving a lease with Jim and Yvonne Hereford for lease of real property in San Andreas, California, for county offices and warehouse space. At 11 a.m., closed sessions, item 18, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B1. Item 19, closed session, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, several APMs, agency and negotiator, county administrative officer, negotiating parties, Brian Voorhees, Greg Opinski, under negotiation, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase price, finance and financing options. It's a lot of addendums, Mr. Mitchell.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. Let's see, we just went through those. Also, we have results of closed session held at the meeting of July 3rd. The closed session conference with labor negotiator under Government Code Section 54956.8 was held with Assistant CAO, HR Director, and Calaveras County Sheriff's Association with no action taken. A closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 was held regarding several property APN numbers. County negotiating officer, county administrative officer, negotiating parties unknown at this time, under negotiation, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase price, financing options with no action taken. An addendum closed session conference with legal counsel was held, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to 2 cases, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.91B. In one matter, the board took no action. In another matter, the board voted unanimously to deny a public records request pursuant to Government Code Section 6254C. Excuse me. Moving along to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Does any board member wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Item 1, item 5.
Anyone else?
That was quickly stated.
Yes, it was quickly stated. Any staff member wish to remove an item? Any member of the public wish to remove an item? I'll entertain a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded for the remainder of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries on a 400, right?
401 absent.
401 absent. I'll get it right. Okay, item number 1.
I have to abstain. I was not at the meeting.
That was simple. Item 5.
Well, let's do
Oh, you have to do
I'll move
abstention.
item 1,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, item 1's been moved and
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 401. Item 5.
3011. 3011.
30.
3011.
Got it. 3011. Phew. Okay. Item 5 anyway.
Item 5, I brought this up before. I am bringing this item up again. This is, it has nothing to do with this particular one. It has to do with the concept of the board approving the working out of class assignments. These are routine, they are counterproductive. We have not only HR making a presentation to the board, we have the department requesting their letter, so consequently, we have 2 departments, plus what the clerks have to do. It's reviewed by the CAO, county council, when they review the agenda. I would like us to put a procedure in place that these do not come to the board, that the department does submit their request to HR, and HR does it. I have not known us ever to refuse a working out of class. The departments have to have a reason, they're approved by HR, and they have to have the funding, and that's my story on that. So I will move the item that I would like support on having HR just give us a protocol on how this would work.
I think that would be subject to a study session, but I'll second your motion.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any
Okay.
further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries on a 4-0.
I'm saying if you could bring the issue just of this being an administrative issue, approval versus a board approval to a study session, as Supervisor Tryon requested.
Okay, I will bring it back in a study session.
Thanks.
Thank you. Moving along from the consent agenda to the regular agenda, this is the time where we have comments from the public on any item not on today's agenda. Anybody like to address the board on an issue not on today's agenda?
Please. Thank you. My name is Carlos Stoughton, S-T-O-U-G-H-T-O-N. Over the weekend, I received a email, a fundraising email, and in this email, it lists one of the venues where I can buy tickets as the Calaveras County Arts Council. Can I pass this along to you folks? Copies of it?
Is that the one, go ahead, finish it.
Now, if you have any questions, please ask. In this email, Steve Walensky, Holly Mines is asking us to support Steve Walensky, and a $25 fee is charged. I'm under the impression that the Calaveras County Arts Council is funded in part by the county, in part by the state, and it's a nonprofit and can't take part in political events. Is this true? Are you allowed to answer questions?
Yeah, but I don't think
I don't think we're
the
ready to answer
county
the question.
funds it,
I think you
but-
need to ask the questions, and we'll probably direct your issues to county council.
Please do.
Ask
Please
county
do.
council to come back next week and give
Next week and
a
go over
report
this for me, please.
back to the board in public session.
Very good. Steve's already filed his papers with, I guess, Secretary of State to run again. I thought he was going to only be one term, and that was his promise to me. But, but anyway, so we're going to go forward with this. Hopefully he'll ask these questions of Steve next week. This is put out by Holly Mines, who's a member of Citizens for Steve Walensky, which is also registered and is controlled by Steve. So please ask these questions of Steve next week.
I think your question, as I understand it, from when you, our earlier conversation was, apparently there's two issues. Number one, the issue is this a gentleman by the name of John McCutcheon is doing a concert, and it's a fundraiser for a county supervisor, in this case Steve Walensky. It's being, one of the sponsors and promoters of it apparently is the McCulleney Hill Community Trust. I'm not quite sure what the McCulleney Hill Community Trust is. And,
Yeah, I want to find out what this
and
is.
I don't know what their limitations are as far as partisan politics.
And,
The second
hopefully county
issue
council-
is on that, I think, same webpage. It says the place to go, the list places to go to buy tickets to attend this partisan fundraiser. And one of the places to go to buy tickets is the Calaveras County Arts Council. So then the question becomes, is it appropriate for the Calaveras County Arts Council to be a location? And I guess one would infer from there probably somewhat of a supporter of a partisan
Political activities taking part on in a building.
so I think there's two questions. One's the limitations on the McCulleney Hill Community Trust, and is this within their within their charter or whatever. And secondly, what is the responsibility of the Calaveras Arts Council as a seller of the tickets and / or a promoter of the event? Is that also appropriate? So maybe you can look at those two questions, Jim, and give a public, since this is asked in public, give a public report back to the answer to those questions.
I'll be back next week to hear the answer. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mary Mott, Agricultural Commissioner. Today, I would like to present you the 2006 Report of Agriculture, also known as the crop report. Overall, the agricultural production was approximately $4 million higher in 2006 than it was in 2005, and that has contributed to an increase in timber harvest. If you can recall, in 2005, the resources that harvested timber went to the power fire to do the salvage logging, and now they have returned in 2006 to Calaveras County and have increased the amount of timber production. As you look at the report, cattle production has decreased about $1.3 million, and that's because in 2006, even though in 2006 we did have a lot of rain, it was rather dark and cool, and there simply was not the growth out there. And calves and cattle had to be sold lighter, so their weight was lighter, so the production is down. And with that, I have copies available for the press and anyone else. This report will be posted on the Department of Agriculture's website. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary.
Good morning, Lakshmi Preva, Air Pollution Control Officer for the Calaveras County. A few weeks back, I reported to your board that the district has received $600,000 and is expecting $200,000 in addition to that $600,000 from Carl Moyer program. And district has been able to participate in awarding the grant money to several private as well as public entities. And I would like to take this moment to announce the names of the grants which have been available, and I will request Mr. Moss and the chair, Mr. Tryon, to award those checks to the different people. And the first check is going to be awarded to Calaveras County, and Mr. Moss will be awarding that check to Mr. Robhout.
So you're saying Mr. Claudino gets to award a check?
And this check is in the amount of $99,541. And Mr. Tryon will be giving the check to
Mr.
High Country
Claudino.
Builders.
Oh, you each have one? Well, I want one.
You can't have it.
Maria, you may present this with me. We'll be co-presenting.
Possibly in 2 weeks, you will get the chance to.
Oh, you go, Lochner, thank you.
Come on, we're going to go up.
Mr. Tryon will award the check to
No, that's
High
all
Country
right.
Builders in the amount of $57,000.
Builders Incorporated. Do I get a certain amount?
High Country
This is to run your government for $57,000, and I think if we gave out $57,000 checks to every citizen in the county, that we could get them all to show up at board supervisor meetings. We know now how we can fill out the board chamber. We might, they got here. Yeah, I got you here.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think when we retrofit all the diesel engines and we stop greenhouse gases, we're going to go into an ice age.
Tom. Mr. Tryon, Tom, give it a raise.
What's wrong with that? Don't you want to look into the future, Marina?
You can't campaign at a public meeting.
That's not campaigning.
And the third check goes to Gambie District.
And
Sit down.
later on, I want to get into the solar system.
The third check,
He's not wearing his hearing aids.
Thank you for letting me do that, Lochner.
thank you. Third check goes to Gambie Disposal, and the chair, Bill Claudine, please.
Hey, wow. That's a good meeting. Yeah, it is. I wondered what it would take to get you here. This will do it. Go ahead. All right. Thank you.
This concludes the presentation. We still have 10 more years to get $200,000 free money from the state. And I would like to
It's not free money from the
mention to
state.
the board that
It's money that was taken coercively in taxes from the citizens that the state is redistributing.
Tom?
Just a clarification.
Not only did he not wear his hearing aids, he didn't take his medicine this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
It's going to be one of those days. We're going to be killed by friendly fire.
Francine Osborne, Administration, Human Resources. Today, we are very excited and pleased to hand to the board the very first Human Resources newsletter.
Wow.
This has been a goal and objective for the board for the year 2006-07, so I'd like to go ahead and hand out copies. This newsletter will go out to employees in the next couple of weeks. What we've done is we've put on here information. We have a theme, and with that theme, we announce all new employees. We also have topics of interest such as retiree checklist, new coworkers need an inside track, general information that employees look to. We also have in the back all the training and development opportunities that we'll be offering to staff. Again, this is something we're very pleased to be able to provide to our employees, and we'll be providing it quarterly staff.
Congratulations, Francine. Very nice.
Thank you.
Good job. These eggs must be the golden eggs. Is that right? Okay. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make public comment?
If you don't mind. Carlos Sutton again. You just mentioned that you can't campaign during public meetings here. Is that going to apply to all the supervisors?
Thank you for your comments.
That's not a comment, that's a question, Chair.
This is public comment time.
Okay.
Any other public comment today? Very well. We'll move along to item number 12 on the agenda. Discussion and possible action regarding solution approving a retention bonus of $1,000 per employee to Deputy Sheriff's Association members for July 1, 2007 through September 30, 2007.
Good morning, I'm back. This item before you is to approve a resolution which would award a retention bonus of $1,000 to all Deputy Sheriff Association employees. We have asked DSA to suspend negotiations until final budget, which their contract expires, has expired as of June 30th, and as part of this, we are proposing that the board approve this retention for the new deputies so that we don't lose any employees, and the sheriff has given us money to award this bonus.
Are there any questions from the board or comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
I support this, but it's either pay now, pay later. So I appreciate the sheriff offering up these funds, because if it wasn't, we would probably do retro and it would be general fund money. Again, it's my consistent concern to look at things between the departments that have and the departments that have not. And so I just want to bring that up, not just for the board, but for the rest of the staff, to know that this board is cognizant of those, and sometimes things don't appear fair. But I think this was a good agreement between the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors. But that is a continual issue we need to be cognizant of. So,
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion if that's appropriate.
I'll move this item.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries on a 4-0-0. Is that right?
401.
4-0. I'll get it right.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 13. This is the item in which it, yes, it, oh, 12A, the addendums, I'm sorry. What did I do with a list of addendums? Item 12A, discussion and possible action, minute order approving an amendment to the communications site lease with TMO CANV LLC located at the Calaveras Airport. This is Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a lease we've been renegotiating for the last several months with T-Mobile. As the market changes for cell phone coverage, who owns the towers, the co-locator agreements, all of those things change. This proposal was originally a significant reduction in rent. We've managed to negotiate all of that away, and the lease before you is the latest version. Basically, we've traded off very little, but we do have a fixed revenue stream for the next 5 years as a result of the negotiations.
Put in the record what the fixed revenue stream is.
Fixed revenue stream is $23,000. I'm going to get you the exact number. I believe it's $23,635 annually for the next 5 years. And this is a 50-foot tower at the Calaveras County Airport. There are limitations because it's located on airport property. because of rules and regulations from the FAA, but we think this is a terrific lease, and it helps us keep the airport in a self-supporting mode.
And the revenues are included in the current fiscal year.
Those revenues are included in the current year budget, yes.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this issue?
I just have one. Mr. Mitchell mentioned the phrase of co-location. Does this county have a requirement for these cell phone providers that they must co-locate?
We encourage it in our office as we're writing leases, but Stephanie Marino, our Community Development Director, could best address how that's handled by Community Development, or perhaps Bob Selman. This tower at the airport does have a co-locator agreement, which generates additional revenue beyond this current lease.
Mr. Chairman, Robert Selman, Planning Director. The county doesn't require all applications to have co-locations. We look at the individual applications, and if it is possible to co-locate because of where the site is or the nature of the towers, or we can have them reconstructed or designed to be co-locatable, we do so. And the benefit to the operator is then all they have to do is get a minor amendment to an administrative use permit. And we have done that on a number of the newer towers. We don't require it of all towers. Okay, we have to look on a case-by-case basis. But whenever possible, we do require them to be co-locatable.
What would be a circumstance where co-location would not be a good idea? You know?
The principal ones are where you've got a relatively low facility serving a very localized area that is not anticipated to do the larger broadcast type of multiple users. Down at Carson Hill Mine, we've got one that we have actually designed for up to 5 individual users. When we place them on top, when we place towers on top of the power lines, because of the physical structure, those tend to be single users. PG&E just doesn't want too much infrastructure up there, plus there's a question of how much area you can have beneath it. So those are 2 examples. The latter is a single user on an individual tower, and the other is a multiple user based on a taller multi-use development tower. And clearly we can have, multiple power towers down the line, each with 1 server, but only 1 server on a particular tower when it's a retrofit. The other thing is if you're putting it on an existing physical structure like a water tower or something, there just may not be physical area for future users. It's just a question of separation and mechanics of making them work.
Okay. I used to have responsibilities on another board where these issues would come up, and we would frequently have applications, multiple applications on the same agenda for towers that would be a quarter of a mile apart. And that, in our minds on that board, we regarded that as being sort of blightful. And even though a number of these providers said, oh, we can't co-locate because of various reasons, but when we said we're only going to approve 1 tower, then they decided that they could co-locate. So, and in this county particularly, I think that I face it on a daily basis that we have gaps in service on the cell communication, and I've gotten to rely on it, unfortunately. But I think that we should make every effort to require co-location. I understand the physical limitations on these towers, and in my mind, it becomes a balancing act between having a proliferation of towers all over the place, so we have cell coverage everywhere, or co-locating where they are less of a blight to look at. So anyway, I just want to bring that up. I would like to get more proactive, maybe have a board study session on this in the future, and bring in our cell phone providers, and just, I think that if we fill the room with people who carry around cell phones, we could very easily do a map and show where the large gaps are in service, and get proactive about filling those. And just And surprisingly, it's somewhat dependent upon what provider that you're using. I recently switched providers, and I have much better coverage than I had before. So anyway, that's all my comments on that.
I agree with Supervisor Thomas. It's hard to get good coverage if you switch sometimes like you have. You may have lost something in another area, and it's frustrating not to know. You can drive from San Andreas to McCollum Hill and look right at one of those pine tree towers and you can't get service. And you can see it from the other side as well, so perhaps we could do that. So, anyway, we have...
Ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
yes, thank you.
I'd move item 12A as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that was B, wasn't it?
Okay, that was it, 12A, thank you.
That was 12A. 12B, discussion of possible action regarding resolution authorizing county administrative officer to submit an application to the State of California Department of Transportation for state matching grant funds for FAA Airport Improvement Program in the amount of $20,002 at the Calaveras County Airport.
This seems like a no-brainer. We put up 20,000 and we get 842,000 back. Is that how I read it?
It's a pretty good deal. Your board did approve the application to the FAA, and Kathy Zekanel, our airport manager, has been working with state aeronautics to secure this other portion of the local share match. So this allows the CAO to sign the documents, and Kathy will get them up to Sacramento this week, because it's important that we do this before we start construction.
Okay. Any discussion or questions?
I move.
Second.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carried on 4001. How's that? Item number C, discussion and possible action regarding minute order awarding a bid for the Calaveras Airport apron rehabilitation, hangar area access, taxiways, and drainage improvements to Granite Construction in the amount of $1,389,174, subject to FAA approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After discussions yesterday and working out our budget, we would like to request a one-week continuance on that after we talked with the state and the FAA today. So if we could do a one-week continuance on 12C, I'd appreciate it.
So moved, Mr. Chair. 1 week continuance.
Would it hurt anything to make it a 2-week continuance? Is it time sensitive?
It is time sensitive.
Very
Yes,
well.
we
Okay, 1 week.
need to award.
All in favor of a 1-week continuance?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries for a 1-week continuance, 4001. Item 14D. Item 12B, discussion and possible action regarding minute order approving a lease with Jim and Yvonne Hereford for lease of real property in San Andreas, California for county offices and warehouse space.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your board has previously approved a letter of intent to lease this space, but as Jim and Yvonne are at the final stages of closing escrow, the bank is requiring signed lease documents before escrow can close. It's critical and time sensitive to us, because as soon as we get that done, we can get the building permits for demolition and start the remodeling. So that's why it's an addendum today. It's because we're trying to meet an escrow deadline. So.
Any questions or comments?
I don't know, probation said they're only going to do one addendum a year. This looks like to me. I move this item.
Second.
I think you meant one at a time. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 401. The next two items are closed sessions, so that's the end of the addendum portion. Item number 13 has been continued for 2 weeks until the 24th of July. So we'll move on to item 14. General plan amendment and zoning amendment for Ebbets Pass Fire District. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment from public service to single-family residential within the Arnold Community Plan, and a zoning amendment from public service zone to single-family residential zone for a .64 acres subject parcel so as to be consistent with the general plan. The project site is located at 1972 Moran Road in Arnold, being a portion of the southwest quarter, southeast quarter, whatever. Okay. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, again, Robert Selman for the record. First of all, this is our annual, or excuse me, our 4 times a year amendment of the county's general plan. So I will respectfully request that you open the public hearings on each of the 3 items that follow, or the 2 items that follow now, the one you just introduced. Ultimately, your board, if you approve any or all of these general plans, adopts a single resolution actually implementing the general plan amendment for presumably all 3 applications. This is a rather complex process, so I'm going to ask that you do 2 things. First of all, open the other 2 public hearings. Secondly, let me make sure of my order of my agenda here. Take public testimony on the first 2 in those order for all of the items so that we can get all of that public testimony into the record and clear, because the 3rd item, the Tuscany Hills, I think is going to take some time, and rather than perhaps lose track of one of these items, it would be easier to get all of the testimony on all of these items and then take individual motions once we actually get through this process. So if you would open the general plan and zoning amendment for if it's passed, and then also the general plan, zoning amendment, and tentative subdivision tract map for the Tuscany Hills projects, those will all then come back and take testimony on. And after you do that, if you could also then give me about 2 minutes to get a couple of boards set up, I'll move out of the way and I'll explain on a piece-by-piece step how we get through this mess.
So you want to open the public hearing on all 3?
All 3 items.
And you're suggesting we take testimony on all 3 before making a motion?
Yes, you need to hear all of the testimony on all of these before you can act on all of it at the same time. It's a complex process. We go through this every quarter. So.
Okay. Okay, at this time, then, I will open the public hearing. Anyone here that is going to make testimony for, I should read these first, I guess. This will be for item number 14 that I just read. Item number 15 is the general plan amendment and zoning amendment for boundary line adjustment 0586 for Glanville. These applicants are requesting a general plan amendment to remove 6.37 acres from the Murphy's Douglas Flat Community Plan, change the land use designation from resource production for the Murphy's Douglas Flat Community Plan to mineral resource area 2B for the Calaveras County General Plan for the same 6.37 acres and retain the land use designation of mineral resource area 2B of the County General Plan for 29.48 acres and a portion of another assessor's parcel number shown as proposed parcel A, easterly portion of assessor's parcel number 34,003,100, about 4.94 acres to remain a future single-family residential per the County General Plan designation. Concurrently requested is a zoning amendment from unclassified to general agriculture 40-acre minimum for 34.42 acres more or less for 2 separate APNs, along with a zone change shown as proposed parcel B from residential agriculture 10-acre minimum parcel for about 6.37 acres in the Murphy's Douglas Flat Community Plan for a total area rezoned to A140 of about 40.79 acres, more or less. All requested amendments are to accommodate boundary line adjustment 0586. The property is located at the west end of Apple Blossom Drive off State Highway 4 in Murphy's. And 2 of the assessor parcel numbers are portioned of the, well, it gives the description of them to follow. The next one and final one is item number 16. It's 2001-154, general plan amendment, zoning amendment, subdivision tract, tentative subdivision tract map from Red Mountain Resorts, the Tuscany Hills project. Proposes approval of general plan amendments from Mineral Resources Area 2A to future single-family residential to correct a mapping error on the county general plan map, and from future single-family residence to SP, what's that? Special plan to implement the proposed density transfer on 561 acres of a portion of the remaining Rancheria del Rio Estanislao lands of the current property owner to Red Mountain Resort, Tuscany Hills, rezoning amendments from general agriculture to single-family residential, recreation, existing parcel size, environmental protection, recreation, and recreation existing parcel size, and specific plan for the density transfer parcel, a vesting tentative subdivision tract map for 335 single-family residential units, 28 lot zoned recreational existing parcel size, environmental protection with a proposed use as non-development open space, 9 recreation lots zoned recreation existing parcel size, with proposed uses as an 18-hole private membership only golf course and marina and other lakefront recreational uses on 1,113 acres in Calaveras County. The project also includes modification requests from the standards of the county road ordinance, acceptance of grant of restrictive easement to implement the density transfer. The project is located in the southwest portion of Calaveras County near the community of Copperopolis. The project site is located along the north shore of Lake Tulloch off the southern terminus of Little John Road. Lake Tulloch and the Stanislaus River Canyon bound the area on the east and the south. Any person that intends to give testimony in either of these three actions today, I'd like you to please stand now and be sworn in. Thank you very much. We'll start off with item number 14, the general plan amendment and zoning amendment for Ebbets Pass Fire District. Okay, I'll give you a moment.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a general plan amendment and a zone change for a parcel that was originally conveyed to the Ebbets Pass Fire Protection District as part of a public service lot. The Fire Protection District has determined it's surplus land. They have no direct use for it, and they are trying to reasonably dispose of the property. The Planning Commission, in reviewing this, has recommended approval of the project. This application actually has I believe it's a negative declaration, and the general plan amendment, and then subsequently the zone change. So staff is recommending, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval of this project. Staff would recommend that you receive public input on both the general plan amendment, the environmental review, the general plan amendment, and the rezoning. close those hearings and then take no action until we get through the other two processes, then you can make the motions as are needed for each of those individual pieces. And I think this way the clerk can get a clear record of who testified on which items and when those hearings are closed.
Are you ready for public input?
Unless you have any further questions.
No, I don't. Any questions from the board?
I just have one. Bob,
Yes.
they're not being required to become part of Pine Brook Homeowners Association, are they?
No.
They're sort of across the road, but
It's a totally separate parcel at this point, yes.
are they, and the building's going too, right?
Pardon me?
The building's going too?
Going to, I'm
They're going to
sorry.
sell the building? That's all, never mind. I'll have to talk to the chief. That's fine.
All right, anyone wishing to give information or testimony on item number 14, please come to the podium, state your name, and don't forget to sign in on the roster.
No, they left it in my hands. They're in good
Oh, my
shape in
God.
Everett's Fast Fire District.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have anything to say?
Outside the fact that I'm going to support the issue, no.
Okay. Well, that was easy. Imagine that.
We might get out of here by lunch.
Yeah, fair chance. Okay, that puts that one to bed, right?
Yes.
Temporarily.
Yeah, if you would close that hearing, and I did
Oh,
misspeak.
okay.
That one is a categorically exempt project, I'm sorry.
It is, okay. All right, the public hearing on item number 14 for the Ebbets Pass Fire District is closed. The hearing open now is for the general plan amendment and zoning amendment for the landfill project, item number 15. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the board regards to that item, please come to the podium, state your name, and sign in. Guess I should have let you explain the project first, Bob, that's okay.
Well, finding that there's no one here to be heard on the item, Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
think we can close the hearing. This again, is only for the purpose of accomplishing a lot line adjustment between two parcels that already exist. It actually is what we believe is a lesser impact than allowing the development to go forward as it could currently go with the current designations. So the Planning Commission has obviously recommended approval of the negative declaration, the general plan amendment, and the following zone changes.
Okay. Any,
I have some comments. Rob, would you come forward for a second? I have a couple of questions, I guess, more than comments. This is at the end of Apple Blossom Road in Murphy. Now, one of the concerns I have is we don't end up, with another, for lack of a better term, where, what am I trying to say? Like we have on Bret Harte Drive, where we have the cul-de-sac. I don't want another cul-de-sac situation where we cannot continue the road. I mean, Apple Blossom Road comes off of Highway 4 as part of the Wildwood subdivision. I don't want a cul-de-sac situation where now the next parcel behind us needs to develop, and there's no access for a road, and so we have to have another Highway 4 connection that has to come off halfway up the grade, et cetera, like Fallendorf Road or whatever. So where are we on the road, and do we have a stub on this road so that we can continue it if necessary for future development, number one? And number two, are we requiring them to offer it for dedication to the county so that the county can take it into the system as Apple Blossom is and continue that road for future development in the future? Those are my two questions.
I'm not prepared to give you a clear answer to either one of those questions, but I can talk to our project engineer and
Okay, I think we need an
report back
answer
to
to
the board in
that.
5
Last thing we
minutes.
want is another cul-de-sac situation where we can't continue through for future development. And at some point, we're going to get back up there, and we're going to have to look at probably tying in the Sheep Ranch Road and then back over to Highway 4 at some point also. But this is, a significant development. This is at the end of one of the roads, one of the major roads in that development, and I just want to make sure that we get it stubbed right so that we can continue forward for future development and not have another cul-de-sac situation, number one, and number two, that it's offered for dedication so that the county can take it into the system and it's built to the standards that would be necessary for us to do so to accommodate future development. So
right.
I would like an answer to those two questions, quite frankly, before I'm ready to just say, let's do this. Let me ask another question, then. I think this is more of you, Bob. One of the concerns I have is we're taking, I guess I disagree with one of your comments in the presentation in which you said that this made it obvious, and therefore obviously the Planning Commission would approve it, and that is that, this would allow for less zoning because we're taking property out of the Murphy's Community Plan area, is what I inferred from your comment, and so it would provide for less density rather than more density, and therefore the Planning Commission would support it. It seems to me that both in our general plan and just our general planning practices is that we want density in the community centers. We want that density on public water and public sewer. So I have a concern about taking property out of the Murphy's Douglas Flat community plan and saying we're going to de-annex it, or whatever the term is, from the community plan, and we're going to put it outside of the community plan into the county general plan. If this is borders on Wildwood subdivision, it seems to me that maybe what the requirement should be is that the remainder of the parcels for the boundary line adjustment should annex into the Murphy's Douglas Flat community plan, and we should have a requirement that the parcels be serviced by both community service or public service and public water, rather than going in the other direction and taking something that the new development, which is right next to an intensely developed or fairly intensely developed subdivision, the Wildwood subdivision, and we're going to take property out of it and put it on septic and I guess well, since the UPUD district only services what's left in the district or in the community plan area, not what you're taking out. So it seems to me that maybe we're doing this backwards, and what we should be doing is making a requirement that this parcel be annexed into the Douglas Flat Murphy's community plan area rather than de-annexing an area from it. And I would be interested in your comments on that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, if you look at, excuse me, a couple of different things. Number one is if you look at your exhibit maps, you should see one that...
This is the exhibit map. Are we looking at this one?
That's one of them, yes.
Okay.
This is probably the better one to look at first. It shows the existing parcels A and B. And
this one I understand and studied. Where am I going to find that one? I got so much paperwork here.
Map in the back of your packet, I believe.
I got these two. I don't see the one.
Just before that, Tom.
Oh, okay. I'm with you.
You will notice there should be two maps there. One shows existing properties, the other is proposed. And basically what we're doing is we're taking an existing parcel that crosses the current Murphy's boundary, which is this parcel right here.
Okay.
And this is approximately the Murphy's boundary.
Right.
And this parcel is all outside of it, and we're substantially under a lot line adjustment moving this parcel down into the Murphy's boundary. And
No, you're not moving that down into the Murphy's boundary.
Well,
You're moving that...
if you will look at the next, with the resulting parcels.
That's this 10-acre parcel. That's this 10-acre parcel you're talking about.
Right.
That stays out. This is what's left in the Murphy's community plan
Well,
area.
the configuration of the parcels will be as is shown on this map. And that is what has been approved as the lot line adjustment, presuming the general plan amendment and the zoning is approved. So we start out with two parcels, we end up with two parcels. We're actually, by the zoning, reducing the future density at this time to just those two parcels. Basically, that's forcing the issue of truly looking at what the development potential is for these lots in the future under a full environmental review. Now,
Wait a minute, stop right there.
okay,
It seems to me that when we take it out of the community plan area and you make a 40-acre parcel, this thing's going to sell basically as a 40-acre parcel on septic and well. What do you mean it's going to require further environmental review before it can be developed?
well, if you look at your maps, right now what you have is a 10-acre parcel that's outside of the Murphy's area, and approximately a 44-acre parcel that is both inside and outside of the Murphy's plan area. They're currently saleable as they exist, and they could be developed as they exist. When we're done, we'll end up with, which means, in theory, if you could bring water and sewer into this parcel, you could, in fact, have development on the existing 10-acre parcel. You could have some development on the portion that is outside of the Murphy's area, plus you could have development inside the Murphy's plan area, subject to further entitlements. What we're trying to do is consistent with the developer's request, is create two blocks. One is everything that is designed and intended to be a large parcel, the 40-acre parcel remainder, it's totally outside of the general plan. It's in the general plan, but outside of the Murphy's development plan.
Will that 40-acre parcel be allowed to be split further, or is that...
That one is frozen. That the zoning, it will be...
So it's a R40 or whatever it is, RA40?
Right.
Wait a minute, it's an R40.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the balance is also limited, and the intention is so that, because this is a lot line adjustment, and we don't have any development standards that we can apply, we end up with two parcels that are substantially self-contained within each general plan provision, and then if there is a future desire for development, they will come back and operate exclusively under the rules of either the Murphy's general plan or the county's general plan, whatever it may be in the future. But there will be a need for a zone change in either case, and a full review of exactly the issues you talked about, access, water, sewer, and
Okay,
so on.
because once we finish the general plan, then we're going to go back to the community plans, I hope, and Murphy's going to be looked at. One of the things we need to address at Murphy's is, number one, what are the boundaries of it, and see if we can get some consensus on what are the appropriate boundaries. And secondly, when we establish those boundaries, we're going to have to go to the sewer and water districts and say, we want you to provide public sewer and public water to the property within these boundaries. There's no sense having a community center and then have the water and sewer districts say we will not service it, when we're trying to basically get infill and get density within the community centers and try to limit the amount of rural sprawl or large parcel types of development. So you don't feel that in any way we are limiting the ability to adjust the community plan, and that this won't get split further, and we won't end up with 8 5s and a bunch of septics and wells. And
Not without going through the entire rezoning.
Okay. Then the only issue I have at this point is a public works issue. What is Rob still here, or did he go down to check on that? It's the public works issue. I just want to make sure that we can continue the roads. I don't want to get stuck again where we cannot continue roads and we end up with a circulation that's a mess because the roads make no sense.
We agree.
So,
we've been trying to...
okay, so I guess upon the road issue, that's my sole issue at this point.
Stephanie?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. Some of the questions that you've asked Supervisor Tryon go to the heart of why it's difficult for us to process general plan amendments while we're doing a general plan update. We had originally planned on asking you to continue the final decisions on these projects for 2 weeks. Make your decisions today, but allow us time to prepare findings and put things into the record appropriately, because in general plan changes, we want to make sure that everything is properly recorded. So we had intended to ask you to make the final decisions in 2 weeks, take public testimony, close the hearing.
But all we end up doing is asking the board to do all that, but to reserve the road issues for
that's what I was going to suggest.
In 2 weeks, we can address that, because it's critical that we get the right-of-way correct and we get it stubbed so that we can, provide for future service, and we don't end up with just another cul-de-sac situation that we, that's given, at least in my district, a lot of nightmares.
And that's what I'd like to ask, is that we come back with the road information for you in 2 weeks, but also to give us an opportunity to formalize our response to your questions on the general plan, the community boundary issue, and all of those things, to make sure we get the proper information into the record, because but it's important to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That completes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. Eric, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Are you okay with the discussion? I just wanted to give you the opportunity to say something if you
Thanks.
wanted to.
My name is Eric Glanville. My wife and I are the applicants and the owners of these two properties. We started this process just about 2 years ago. I thought it was going to be a simple boundary line adjustment between two parcels that we own. One is a 45-acre piece, and the other is a 10-acre piece. We wanted to just provide better access to those properties. Part of the property, as you can see from just looking at the application and what the county has come up with, it turned out to be a very complicated process. Part of the property, part of the 45-acre piece was zoned unclassified, and part of it was zoned R10. The county, their first recommendation was to rezone it all to R10, which was fine with us. We had no desire to split the property, but that's what the county wanted us to do, the planning department. That was fine with us. We just, whatever was the easiest way to get on with the property line adjustment between the two properties. As we went through this process, the planning department came up with different things they wanted us to do. First, they said, you really ought to zone this to RA5s, because that was in the general plan. And we said, no, we don't want to do that. We have no plans to split the property. We just want to keep it the way it is. The R10, which is half of it's already zoned that way, we'll just keep it that way. Okay, fine. Go down the road another year and a half, they come up with, well, if you keep that zoning, you're going to have to do different mitigation things. Of course, we already spent several $1,000s on different studies because of the general plan. We just happen to be the first person to fall into the new regulation that instead of just contacting the local Indian tribes, which we did, we found we were the first people that had to contact all the tribes in the state of California to do this boundary line adjustment. So it just kept going on and on. And now we're coming down to the fact of what we got here now, of keeping the one as a 40-acre piece. The other piece, which is going to be about 14 acres, is zoned R10, so it cannot be split either. That's not our intent to develop this property out there. We want to keep it, the wide open spaces, and most of it is outside of the Murphy's influence, okay? The one piece that is still within the influence is going to be zoned R10, which it is now, and it's going to be 14 acres. So there's no problem with that one. As far as the cul-de-sac issue, there's a road out there now that comes off of, if you're familiar with Apple Blossom, comes up and then it comes back around on Wildwood Road. So there's actually no cul-de-sac, it kind of goes around. This road that goes out to these two parcels, it's about a half-mile long. It is a 50-foot deeded easement, deeded private easement and public utilities easement that services these two. These two parcels are a half a mile away from the Wildwood subdivision. So it's not like it's right next to these little tiny lots. We're surrounded by big acreage pieces. We don't butt up against the Wildwood subdivision. We're way out from there. So there's not a problem with, I don't think anybody, somebody down the line may want to go out there and subdivide the whole thing. I don't know. That's not what our intent is. We thought we were trying to do something very basic and simple. It turned out to just be, what it is. But I think the county has it right. We're fine with, every time they came up with a suggestion to do, we did it. We went along with it because we're not trying to subdivide it. So that's the road issue. Like I say, there shouldn't be a problem with the cul-de-sac out there, because if you go out there, you're just going to go on the two parcels that we're going to have. And that's basically it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you have any other questions, or...
Any other questions from the board? No? Okay, thank you. Sure. Any further comments, Mr. Selman?
Again, depending upon, we would ask you go ahead and close the hearing on these matters, and then depending upon what you do relative to findings, whether you act or continue, we would ask that all of these go together.
Well, just for a continuance for 2 weeks.
Right.
Because, I mean, if we're going to continue it, then Eric and Suzette wouldn't have to stay unless they wouldn't so choose.
Yeah, I have no
But it's
further
gotta be-
questions on this project.
Okay, so,
But you are going to ask for a 2-week continuance.
Yes, I'll support it too. I think that one of the things that
this is just to
only makes sense.
2-week continuance is basically to address the road issue.
Well, I think Stephanie's asking for probably more for Tuscany than for this. But yes, I would ask that we be able to come back and address the road issue on this if in fact, I have a question about it. I mean, maybe I'll meet with Rob and probably Eric or something, and we'll look at it and see where we go with it. So,
I just want to confirm that 2 weeks was for all of them.
It will obviously go away.
Right, to make sure that we have the findings in the record appropriately that for you to vote on. We're not intending to change our recommendation on this particular project. We're still recommending approval. But we would, that may change if Supervisor Tryon has some concerns as far as what the board's action might be. But it's not to reconsider the project, but just to allow us to put the things into the record that need to be there.
So we want a 2-week continuance on this item.
I think you want it on all 3 general plan
And
amendments.
it'll have to be on all 3, yes.
Yes, but I'm just saying, we did the last one, now this one, and we've got one to go.
Yes.
I will
Three have to be continued.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Selman, the answer to my question, the first one may very well be embedded in here, but I couldn't find it. Bear with me. On the initial, the project initial study, midway down on the first page, there's a statement that says, all requested amendments are to accommodate a BLA number 05-86. Can you explain what that means? Boundary line adjustment?
Boundary or lot line adjustment. The formal word is lot line. We kind of go back and forth, but it should be a lot line adjustment. There are 2 existing parcels. They have asked to reconfigure, as is shown on your proposal map, and all of the zone change and general plan amendment is only to accomplish that lot line adjustment.
Okay. Now, on that specific part of that issue, the line that separates parcel A and parcel B on your proposed parcel layout, that line is specifically the line that depicts what would be the north boundary of the Murphy's community plan?
That line will be coterminous with the plans, yes. That and the zoning, they're all on the same alignment.
Okay. Right, that's all I have.
That's it. Get a public hearing for item number 15. It is closed, and we will move on to number 16, which ought to take another 5 minutes. And this is the Red Mountain Resort Tuscany Hills project. It'll take a minute to set up. We'll take about a 10-minute recess, folks, while they give an opportunity to set up the... we'll start on item number 16, the Tuscany Hills project now, and some planning department will give us... They told me to get small so you can see this. I'm not sure I can get small enough, but maybe I can do this.
What are we doing?
A little better.
Where'd Tom go?
He's stuffed outside. Okay, Mr. Sullivan.
All right, Mr. Chairman, this is obviously the most complex of the three considerations today. This is a combination of a general plan amendment, a zoning amendment, a tentative subdivision tract map, and a minor agreement that implements portions of that. The most complex discussions today, I am believing, are going to revolve around the environmental review, which is a proposed final environmental impact report that is recommended for certification as complete by the Planning Commission. We will obviously have extensive discussion on that matter, is my belief. The applicant is, as you can see, is prepared to make a presentation to you in part. Just very briefly, this has been a long, complex project. The project is a 2001 application. It predates by some time my arrival in the county, so if I don't know everything about it, that's not surprising at all. What you do have is a 335-unit subdivision proposal that proposes an average density of 1 unit per 5 acres of ground. That is accomplished through two forms of density transfer. The first is areas within the property, and was apparently allowed at the time of submittal a transfer from approximately 561 acres that is part of the remainder property from which this parcel was created. The developer agreed to purchase the balance of the density units from that 530 acres approximately, or 560 acres, approximately 130 units worth of density will be removed from that ground and located here. Again, because we do not have an open space zoning ordinance, one of the workarounds we have to do on our rec zone, because this development is limited to just those 335 units, we do have a voluntary transfer of the development rights for townhouse units within that rec zone to the county, so those are not available for development. This environmental impact report was originally prepared as a draft in 2004, circulated. Based upon the comments received, the county took that environmental impact report back, reviewed and determined that there were needed changes to the project in order to address some of the environmental issues that were raised. Based upon that, the development prepared, or actually the county prepared under the developer's funding, a revised draft environmental impact report that was circulated in 2006. Based upon those comments, the developer made some minor changes, and I do mean minor, to the project relative to some of the specific improvements that are being proposed, and has agreed to a number of mitigation measures as are set forth in the final environmental impact report. The final impact report is a combination legally of both of the prior documents and the county's response to all of the comments, which this document substantially reflects the response to comments, the finalization of the mitigation measures to address all the environmental reviews. There included are findings relative to findings of overriding significance where the county was not able to reduce all of the impacts to the absolute level of insignificance, and those are addressed. And then the implementation plan is the mitigation monitoring program, which assures that all of the approvals that the county sets forth as part of this environmental document get implemented through the tentative map or through other agreements as are appropriate. The development includes and has been modified by the Planning Commission slightly relative to the open space access that was originally provided to the lake, and that the developer, I'm sure, will also comment on. There was originally approximately a 5-acre parcel that was being proposed as a public access to the reservoir. It was a walk-in type of access, so if we wanted to carry a boat or something, we could do so. not a launch facility as a marina. After discussion with the Planning Commission, that area was expanded by approximately 1 acre at the upper portions to add a play field, a level turfed area that would provide an opportunity for passive recreation above the lake as well as down at the lake. And the idea was that this was going to be a community that potentially had children and so on. The idea of soccer fields or just picnic and play areas was a desirable attitude, and the developers have agreed to that minor modification. The area does include a private marina, which has been the focus of extensive debate, and the developer has worked with Tridam to attempt to deal with all of the issues, and we believe we have finally solved, or at least have agreed to language that substantially solves all of those issues relative to the number of boats that will be on the lake at any one point in time, use of the marina and so on. Those are fairly well set forth in the document and mitigation measures. The other major issue that we need to talk about is access into this area. There was a problem because of the proximity of the end of this long road that serves this property, as well as the development roads internally. The developer has worked with the Public Works Department, and based upon improvements, dedications, on-site improvements, working with the fire department, we believe that the modification request from some of the length requirements is appropriate, and staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval of that as is shown on the tentative map. Let's see, there is a change we are going to be asking of one of the mitigation measures relative to traffic. I believe at some point we had talked about a dedication of approximately $11,000 as part of the new benefit basin for Copperopolis at the time of construction. We've been working with the Department of Public Works very recently and the developer, and we have come to what is basically an agreement that the actual dedication is the amount of the benefit basin fee up to, at this point, $11,000 per unit. Because there was some concern and issue about it, the developer has agreed we will raise that to $15,000 per unit. Again, that is not what we are going to charge. We are going to charge the benefit basin fee up to that cap. In talking to Public Works, it appears that the $11,000 is still fairly close, but rather than getting into an argument over what may be a couple of hundred or $1,000, we would raise it high enough so that there would not be any concerns on anyone's part that they're covered. So that is one amendment in the language. It doesn't change the mitigation measure, only that one figure that needs to be plugged in a couple of places. I think those are most of the issues. This is one that, because of the complexity, and obviously after your public testimony, we are going to want to have a continuance, if your board decides that this is a project they want to consider for approval, to finalize your findings, which is a combination of whatever's in the record as it exists, plus the input and your own comments. Janice also has a couple of comments.
Just to follow up on 2 points. Janice Elliott, County Council. You should have in front of you a packet of documents to be added to the record. There's 2 letters dated July 5th, 2007 from the applicant's attorney. Those letters were primarily in response to some questions that Bob and I had to further define some of the small changes in the project that happened at the Planning Commission, and also to address some of the concerns of some of the public comments that we received. So just want to clarify that that's added to the record. And just to go back on what Bob stated with respect to the benefit basin fee, what we are doing is we are updating the copper benefit basin fee, and the applicant has agreed to pay the updated benefit basin fee, even though we have not yet adopted it. So what we have done is we are requesting a change to a mitigation measure 4.12.7a to up the single-family residential proposed benefit basin fee not to exceed $15,000, and then at the time that the amended copper benefit basin fee is adopted by the board, the actual fee will be in place, and the applicant has agreed to pay that fee even though the amendment has not taken place yet.
Can I ask a question? Janice, Bob, I just have a question on that fee at this point. If something's not built for 15 or 20 years, and the fee is 16,000 or 20,000, anything above the 15,000 cap, does that mean that cap 15,000 is in there to full build out?
When you have a vested tentative subdivision map, there are certain vesting rights that apply at the time that the application is deemed complete. And yes, the fee is as usually set at the time that the map is approved. Here, the applicant has gone a step further and agreed to pay a fee that we have not yet adopted. That fee will be vested for a certain period of time after the map is approved. Vesting is not in perpetuity in the absence of a development agreement. So there is an option later down the road, if the project is not yet built out, that if the board amends the fee, all building permits would be subject to the additional fee if in fact it changes. I think Public Works can talk to that more appropriately, but at this point it's not anticipated that the fee will be more than $15,000 for single-family residential, and in fact it may go down when they're done with their studies.
And what is that time frame?
For the proper benefit basing fee?
No.
Vesting rights generally apply 2 years after the recording of the unit of the final map. So depending upon how the development is recorded, they could run for quite some, that right could run for quite some period of time for each unit of the tentative map. So it's a 2-year period after the recording of the map for the developer to actually use those fees as set forth. Those are set forth in the subdivision map.
So 2 years after the final map.
After a unit of the final map is recorded, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before we take testimonies, are there any other comments or questions from the board? At this time, we'll start taking comments from the public. I will ask, please, that you try to limit your time. Normally, it's 5 minutes per person. However, I realize that you may run a little bit over that, so we'll try to be very tolerant about that, provided you don't become redundant. If there's more than one speaker that is simply going to be redundant, we ask that that speaker doesn't come up and repeat exactly what any other speaker had to say. The only other thing that I would ask of you folks in consideration for our clerk recorder here, when you come to the podium, not only sign in, but state your name legibly, slowly, and spell your name for the clerk for the record, so that we have an accurate record of who gave testimony today. Thank you. So the first testimony.
Technical change here just for a moment.
Okay.
Starting in cars. For the record, Tom Hicks, H-I-X, Managing Member, Red Mountain Resorts, LLC. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and staff. I stand before you today to present a project which is a product of 5.5 years of planning and processing effort. We believe this effort has resulted in a development plan that the citizens of Calaveras County, and more specifically Copperopolis, can be very proud to support. I would like to thank Stephanie Marino, Bob Selman, Janice Elliott, and other members of the staff for their effort and countless hours of hard work during this process. I would also like to state that I appreciate the staff recommendation for this project and the unanimous positive support we received for the Planning Commission. The subject property lies 2 miles south of the entrance to Saddle Creek at the end of Little John Road. As you can see from this photo, the site was completely clear-cut of all trees over 30 years ago. Historically, the site has been mined and cattle grazed for over 100 years.
The site's most prominent feature is the 3.2 miles of frontage along Lake Tulloch. This unique feature, coupled with the gentle rolling hills, creates an ideal location for a golf-oriented master plan. We forgot our pointer here, but Neil, maybe with your, there you go, mouse. The master plan depicts several main features. A is the site entrance. B, the golf clubhouse and driving range. C, the marina location. I, the public lake access in the park. And then all the existing tree massings you see on the map remain. This slide illustrates the breakdown of the various components by acres and percentages. As you can see, the residential component accounts for less than 50% of the total acreage, creating an abundance of open space. By comparison, the proposed project has 10 times the acreage of Connor Estates, Calypso Beach, and Peninsula Estates combined, with approximately the same number of total residential units. As a result of the shoreline protections we put in place, the view you see today of the shoreline will remain substantially unchanged after build-out. The project will be a participant in the recently adopted basin impact fees, and as you heard both Janice and Bob talk to, a fee up to $15,000 per residential unit paid during the project at building permit for each and every lot. This totals well over $3 million for the project. Additionally, the project's golf course will help to provide a natural fire break in the region and provide location for treated effluent for the CCW waste treatment plant. The project application includes a density transfer from 561 acres of previously contiguous property. The density transfer will protect the sensitive site and encumber the property with a permanent recorded restrictive easement prohibiting future development. The density transfer was applied for prior to the sale of the property to Red Mountain Resorts. An economic impact study performed in June by Economic and Planning Systems analyzed the economic impacts of the proposed Tuscany Hills project will have on Calaveras County. The study concluded that at build-out, more than $36 million annually will be spent by residents and employees of the project, and over $14 million will be captured by Calaveras County. The report also concluded that at build-out, the project will also create net revenue of nearly $2 million annually to the county's general fund. The proposed development will feature very stringent architectural guidelines and CC&Rs, utilizing a rich palette of natural materials to create an architecture that will comfortably fit on the rolling terrain. Appropriately controlled landscape will also be employed to protect the look in the existing natural landscape while keeping managed turf to a minimum. Although proposed, the Tuscany Hills Clubhouse will be substantially smaller in size and scale, it will possess many of the same qualities of our recently completed clubhouse at Pronghorn in Bend, Oregon. Similarly, the natural elements will be utilized in the clubhouse interiors as well. The guidelines will ensure the timeless architecture and rich materials be employed inside and out in all of the facilities at Tuscany Hills. To minimize grading and ensure the natural landscape is kept intact, homes will be built utilizing step foundations to minimize cut and fill. Additionally, building envelopes will be created on each and every lot, allowing development to defined areas on the lot. We are proud to be a part and support the efforts of such groups as the U.S. Green Building Council, the Solar Energy Society, and the Sierra Club. The proposed development will seek to employ LEED or equivalent designs in all our buildings. Our 20,000 square foot clubhouse, golf course maintenance building at Pronghorn has solar panels on the building and is the largest solar array in Central Oregon. We plan to do a similar project here as well. This slide depicts proposed 55-slip marina that we previously planned. Since that time, we have voluntarily reduced the marina to only 27 slips and reduced the overall footprint in the cove. As you can see from this slide, the new 27-slip marina, the area extends less than 1/3 into the cove. We have made application to Tri-Dam and believe that we comply with their shoreline management plan. We believe that we have substantially minimized our impacts on Lake Tulloch by initiating all these self-imposed programs. Some of the ones that you see on the slide here are the reduced erosion, zero runoff from the golf course, from pulling back the golf course to away from the lake areas, and no fueling or refuge area removal associated with the marina, and no overnight boat or mooring on the marina itself. We're proud to say that we have worked closely with all the community groups, including the Lake Tulloch Alliance, and we have employed their initiatives in our plan. Some of those are the no overwater structures, lakefront buffers, no slope development, oak trees preservation, and the ones I mentioned earlier with the marina. This sample section of a typical lakeside lot depicts a self-imposed setback of over 200 feet for all lakefront lots. The Tri-Dam Shoreline Management Plan has been around for quite some time, and it was a question, I guess, during our Planning Commission hearing whether or not it was adopted, but whether it was or not, we employed all of the principles in that plan for all the commercial facilities, the private facilities, and the recreational facilities that we're planning for the site. Probably one of the biggest concessions that we've worked out with the Lake Tulloch Alliance and other community members is a couple of things. One is that we plan to use, similar to a tee time, a registration process within our private marina for our members that only 27 boats at any one time will be allowed on the water. And we'll do that by, like I said, like a tee time reservation. So if someone wants to go out and water ski from 8 in the morning to 11, their boat will be allowed out. Once they come back in, someone else will be allowed to go back out on the water utilizing our marina. Additionally, we're going to impose a $100 fee annually for each boat or jet ski that's utilized in our marina. They'll have to register with our homeowners association. This will be a CC&R requirement and a requirement in our membership plan. So those fees will be hopefully turned over to whatever agency is created with the two counties and Tri-Dam. A similar type program has been utilized up at Bass Lake for a number of years very successfully. Public access facility, as Mr. Selman alluded to earlier during the Planning Commission meeting, we'd always planned for about a 5-acre area of public access. It's not a marina, but it's probably one of the best beach areas in Lake Tulloch. It will not create another 5-mile-an-hour zone. There's a ADA approved ramp that will be built going down to the site. And what we talked about during the Planning Commission, I believe Holly Mines brought up an addition of some a grass area, which we agreed to do about 1 acre of grass on a flat area just above the parking area for that site. There'll be about 8 to 10 parking stalls, and the road coming into that, which is currently the CCWD easement that's paved, will be widened because there's some lots that come off that road as well, but there'll be a pedestrian and bicycle lane that will be created for access to that. So this will be open to the public. We're working with staff to, from a gating standpoint, obviously we'd like to see it secured at night to prevent any vandalism that would be open during the daytime hours. Project will feature a Jack Nicklaus signature golf course. Listed on the slide are some of Jack's notable courses in California. This will be the first signature golf course in the region. Utilizing best management practices, our project up in Oregon received the Environmental Award in 2006 for golf course maintenance. We'll use those same practices here at Tuscany. Additionally, our Nicklaus Golf Course at Pronghorn was voted one of the top courses in 2004 when we opened it, and has received numerous awards and accolades. The entire community has been voted 2 times by Travel and Leisure Golf as the top 10 communities in the country. We have those same goals here as well. Wetland permit status, if any of you have worked with the Army Corps, it's a very long and arduous process to get a 404 permit these days. We started nearly 3 years ago now, and we're just about completed with that process. And we've worked with the local Miwok Indian tribe, and they've done all their cultural work, and I believe we're probably less than 30 days away from receiving our 404 permit. Tuskegee Hills Development Plan employs these key elements to protect and preserve the existing wildlife. One of the most substantial things that we've done is created big, wide open areas of natural buffers, and most of those are in the treed areas that go down to the lake. So any of the wildlife that are on site will have open areas that will not be impacted by roads or building envelopes to access the water. Oak tree preservation, a couple issues were raised during the Planning Commission hearing about our oak tree issues. And as you can see from this picture, we don't have a lot of oak trees. We wish we had more, quite frankly. But an issue came up about, I don't know, Bob, when it was probably well over a year ago or so, while we're in the process of the Oak Foundation's new ordinance that they're I don't even know if it's been adopted statewide yet, but it's Oak Woodland Protection Conservation Act. I actually know Janice Kopp quite well, that is the founder of Oak Foundation, and worked with her about 10 years ago on some projects. But we immediately went out and did the survey on our site, and only 99 of our 1,113 acres are covered with vegetation, including oaks, pines, and brush. That's 8.89% of our entire site. So we fall under the 10% threshold required to be considered an oak woodland. Nonetheless, we've already embarked on a tagging program where we'll be tagging each and every tree. By latest count, Jack Nicholas was out to the site about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we made some changes, minor changes in the golf routing to avoid some trees, and I think we're down to less than 10 trees that will be actually impacted on the site. And of those 10 trees, we feel almost all of those can be boxed and moved. This variety of tree can be moved quite easily. We've done it in the past numerous times. These next several slides illustrate the substantial improvements that we've made in the project since our 2004 EIR. Substantial reduction in lakefront homes and cottages. The turf on the course was reduced by 90 acres. Nearly double the amount of open space from 175 acres to 340 acres. The wetland impacts have been reduced from 3 acres to less than 1.2 acres, and actually, even with some work that we did here recently, probably even less than that with the Corps' involvement. Probably one of the biggest impacts was a reduction of grading. In our earlier plan, we had nearly 1.2 million cubic yards of earth that was being moved. We're down to less than 350,000 cubic yards now, all 100% balanced on site. Most of that is in the creation of roadways. I think the Gulf itself is like 40,000 cubic yards. Now a little bit about us. We believe we know how to create great communities. Our numerous awards and accolades speak for ourselves and to our success. We believe that by creating great communities, you also elevate everything around that community. Therefore, everything benefits. In addition, there are numerous economic benefits to the community and the local economy. One of the best ways to create a great community is to give back. This slide illustrates how our Pronghorn Foundation has contributed over $500,000 to the local community in Bend, Oregon in less than 3 years. We plan, as Tuskegee Hills, plans to create another Tuskegee Hills Foundation. It will be formed very similar to what we did up there. And each and every lot that we sell as a developer, we will donate $2,000 at close of escrow, comes right off the escrow statement, to the foundation. That alone totals more than $670,000. But more importantly, in the CC&Rs, in the project, for every transfer forever, for perpetuity for the project, we'll have that same transfer fee, and so that foundation just goes on and on and on. It'll add up to millions of dollars over the life of the project. Some of the items you see on this list here are some of the items that will be included in our charter, basically environmental conservation, community arts, youth programs, health programs, and education. This concludes my presentation. I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
I do, but I'll wait.
Okay. Anyone else? Tom?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Next.
morning. My name is Jack Cox, COX, with the Lake Tulloch Alliance. Today, you're considering a new project that could well shape the future of Lake Tulloch, and I think has, if you listen to Mr. Hicks's presentation, great ramifications for all the mother lode, if not specifically Calaveras County. This year, 2007, is the 50th anniversary of the creation of Lake Tulloch, built in 1957. California's population at the time that Lake Tulloch was built was about 12 million. Today it exceeds 36 million, a 300% increase. Little attention was paid then to growth and what that would mean to our state and Calaveras County and other parts of our state. The growth and attractiveness of waterfront living contributed to the monumental growth the Lake Tulloch Basin has experienced and all the problems and opportunities that it's brought as well. 10 years ago, a group of citizens recognized the critical need for sensible planning that would allow for growth but protect our natural environment, and we've appeared many times before you. Up until then, there was no real consideration of the impact of growth in the lake by really any governmental entity. We first urged action to end the illegal construction on the lake of seawalls, which was closing the lake, and it took the United States Army Corps of Engineers and Tridam to finally end that. The following year, in 1998, on behalf of homeowners associations around the lake, we asked the board to require environmental impact reports for all future development. We also pointed out that every project on the lake up until now, had never been required to have an EIR. And all of that was done with negative declarations. We were gratified in 1998 that the Board of Supervisors pledged to us to require EIRs from that point on for any project proposed in the lake. We also encouraged Supervisor Bailey at that time to institute a community plan. At the same time, we urged the county to establish a joint task force with other governmental agencies to create a regional initiative or maybe even a joint powers act to deal with the issues such as boat density and development and all sorts of other questions, land development and even law enforcement. On the July 4th weekend of 1998, boating on the lake was at saturation, and it was even more this past week. Over the years, Tridam, the Lake Tulloch Alliance, and others have urged a boat usage fee be established to provide needed revenue, and you heard about that in this presentation, to fund law enforcement. Despite these efforts, now nearly a decade later, little's changed. The massive, poorly planned community of Calypso Bay has been built with portions of the project constructed without even adequate or even any county permits. Peninsula Estates, with its small lots, has been built despite promises to care for the environment. Dynamite and massive earth movers were used to blast out precious coves and watershed. Some homeowners have installed their own buoys, restricting public use on the lake with impunity. A community plan including long-term protection of the lake is not approved and still in the process of being considered. No agency has provided the leadership to convene a task force of all of the agencies involved with Lake Tulloch, and there's been no plan to really deal with the boat density on the lake. There's no fee system established to provide needed funds for law enforcement. Most importantly, there was little law enforcement just even this past weekend on the 4th of July to deal with the massive boats on the lake. This is very disappointing to us. However, I think there's been some real progress in dealing with some of the issues on the lake. During this period, many of us, including Supervisor Thomas, worked with the board and the planning department. It is also important to note that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors fulfilled its promise to require EIRs for future development in 2002 with the David Turner project that you considered to subdivide 20 acres on the lake. You've now required EIRs for all projects, and that's a very good step forward. You've also retained a new and very able community development director and a staff that have taken issues we've raised very seriously. You've also taken steps to establish a new general plan for the county, which will address many of the issues and the concerns of others around the county. We also now have a supervisor who understands these issues and is willing to step forward and provide leadership. We also believe that your decision to end any more over-lake construction is very important in order to end the practice of removing more water surface from the public use. We hope that your board will maintain the Planning Commission's decision to deny approval of the Marina Villas project that would consume nearly 400,000 square feet of lake surface. We've also contended for years that business should play a leadership role in this, in efforts to protect the long-term viability of the lake. Unfortunately, no developer has really stepped forward to provide leadership until now. In the old years, it was dynamite. Today, it's understanding. You have before you the Tuscany Hills project. This project is now the result of the very efforts we proposed to you 10 years ago. If the county had required EIRs a decade ago, then the lake would probably be in much better shape. Initially, we had some concerns about the Tuscany Hills project, since it could add more homes directly on the lake and literally hundreds of more boats from its residents. It could also obliterate the natural view shed of the lake on the dotted hills along the lake shore. The CAP group did a great job in analyzing the EIR. I think a lot of input was provided. We're pleased that Tom Hicks and his team have carefully listened to the public and addressed the issues raised by the EIR. This is what this process is all about. The Lake Tollick Alliance and all of us in it have never been opposed to growth, but we have simply called for government to enforce the law and establish policies and take action that protects the natural environment and the way of life we have in the beautiful Mother Lode country. We're pleased that Tom has taken action to incorporate the issues raised by the EIR and all of us on the lake. One of the issues has been the question of boat density. We have nearly sometimes twice as many boats on the lake at one time that it can actually handle. No developer has ever been willing to consider this issue for past or future proposals until now. The Tuscany Hill project incorporates this innovative system of boat launching, with maintaining it to 27 boats for eventually more than 300 homes. This is a terrific concept. Tuscany Hills also hired a new engineering firm, as he's mentioned, that reduced the total amount of grading by 400%. This new project will keep phone homes off the lake shore in order to maintain the natural beauty of the lake. The movement of creating a Jack Nicklaus golf course, which becomes the center of it and not just the lake, is also a very positive step. The Alliance proposed to Tom and his colleagues that they require all homeowners on the lake, homeowners in the association, to pay $100 a year, which would go into a fund to provide for more law enforcement. Now, we've been trying to get that done for a long, long time. We've talked to every single government organization, and it took Tom Hicks about 30 seconds to agree to this plan because he saw the natural sense of it. So here we have the private sector taking the lead and achieving things up to this point in time government hasn't been able to do. We therefore believe the Tuscany Hills project provides an opportunity for this Board of Supervisors to send a message that they want to see sensible projects that respect the natural environment of the county and public use and the enjoyment of our beautiful area. It just makes sense. We therefore encourage you to approve this project. We're also pleased the developer wants to work with us on an ongoing basis with the community as the project proceeds. It will be important for the county to monitor the project, including the ability to learn what works and what can be applied to other organizations and proposals in the future. It's also important for the Board of Supervisors to recognize that the lake can only handle so many people. We believe that it needs to take a very strong role in supporting Supervisor Thomas's efforts to construct a road, a new marina on New Maloney's Reservoir. With the potential for more homes in the Saddle Creek by Castle and Cook's new developments, there's going to be an opportunity that you've got to recognize the fact that people are going to want to go boating. Well, we have a lake that's got 2 million acre-feet above us, and we have Lake Tollick, which has got 67,000 acre-feet. It just makes sense to take that kind of a step. The Lake Tollick Alliance and allied organizations and those of us that worked over the years have never been opposed to growth. We've been supportive of smart growth. We recognize that there are other important lake issues, other important issues involving this project, including transportation, as Tom mentioned. But from our vantage point, and considering the direct impact on the lake, we believe that Tuscany Hills sets a great precedent for future development in the lake. I also think that it sets, along with the Coppertown Center, an example of the kind of development we want to see in the future. We hope that the board and the county planning staff will continue to work with other governmental agencies to tackle the other important issues facing the Lake Tollick Basin. We hope that you will create this kind of a goal to oppose proposals that don't make sense, but to support those that improve the integrity and beauty of Lake Tollick. Thank you. Any questions?
Good morning. My name is Billy Robertson, R-O-B-E-R-T-S-O-N, and I'm also here to speak for the Lake Tollick Alliance. Just briefly, I wanted to speak to the quality of the Tuscany Hills project. I believe that I can speak to that because I've been in business in recreation land development in residential, private residential, for almost 30 years and done about $100 million worth of work myself. And in 1963, I first came to Lake Tulloch and skied and enjoyed the lake, and we used to look out at the pristine shorelines. And also in 1963, there was a song that was written by Melvina Reynolds, and it was called Little Houses or Little Boxes on the Hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes, little boxes, little boxes all the same. When you looked at the pictures of the construction at Lake Tulloch over the last 15 years, that's really what we have, are little boxes made of ticky-tacky that are worth $1 million to $5 million. And the density levels are enormous. And Tom has explained what the percentages are in the Tuscany Hills project. We believe very honestly that Tuscany Hills is going to be incredibly good for the lake, and it's a quality development that ought to be built. We also do believe, though, that there are things that need to happen along with the EIRs and with establishing boundaries and rules and requirements that would require the things that Tom Hicks and Tuscany Hills have agreed to do, such as the boat monitoring, such as no mooring of boats along the shoreline. There's several different things that we've talked about, and Tom Hicks and his group have adopted. We would like to see those tied into some permanent kind of irrevocable agreements tied to the development agreement and possibly tied to the deed of the property, so that should Tom Hicks, for example, the Saddle Creek has had 3 or 4 different owners. It's been bought out and bought out and bought out and changed. We don't want that to happen here. Should the Hicks organization not stay with the project through to the end and somebody else buys it, we would like the rules and the agreements that they've made to go with the property rather than go with the developer, so that we're ensured that we don't end up with little boxes made of ticky-tacky all over the Tuscany shores again. And so we would like to just ensure that those things happen. We would like to ensure that, for example, the boat launch manifest that they would be keeping track of for the tee times for boats, that the sheriff could come in and take a look at that from time to time and ensure that, in fact, they're legitimately keeping it to 27 boats at any one time. We just would like some guarantees that the things that they've agreed to do, which are wonderful, are tied to the property, tied to the land, and not tied to the developer. So with that, that's about all I have to say, and I don't know how that would be done, but we would trust that you guys could make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Next person.
My name is Julie Moore, M-O-O-R-E. It came to our attention that a number of us in the last break that we were not sworn in earlier. So would it be possible still to speak?
Absolutely. Anyone in the room that intends to give testimony that was not here earlier, I'd like to swear you in all at once right now, so would you please stand and raise your right hand? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As it's been noted before, I've been before you on a number of different projects. I live in the community. I also work within this community. I've been to many meetings on this project as well and spoke on behalf of it. I have read and researched the EIR that was released in entirety. That has been mentioned before, that maybe some of us did not read that. I would like it for the record that I did read that entirely. I'd like to highlight some of the specifics And some specific points to that and some changes that I know the developer went through on their slideshow, but I think that you should also know as concerned citizens, both in the business element and personally as a resident, that I'd like to highlight. The principals have noted that they've reduced the number of homes on this project from the original 2004 plan. They have reduced the number of slips on the lake, reducing the grading and the wetlands impact. I think that's a real good element that I think should be appreciated, and that will work well for the county. They're bringing actually in more trees than removing, and I think that's a project that is an element that I think benefits Calaveras County in keeping the integrity of the land there. They have increased the public access areas with the grass area, as some has noted, Holly's Park from the last Planning Commission meeting that we went to, and I think that just shows an element of trust with the developer, and they're working with the county that I believe is also great to work with. They've worked with Tridem, as they've just testified here in the past, in managing the lake and boat safety issues, and I think these are all important comments that should be noted, and I hope that you will approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Next, anyone else that wishes to testify?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff. My name is Tom Hofstra, Hofstra. I'm a biologist with the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center. We spent a lot of time with this project over the years as well, and there's no question that there have been a number of improvements to this project over time. We still believe that there are some loose ends that need to be tied up, and hopefully we can deal with those prior to approval of this project. You know, our center's objective is to advocate for the environment and for biological resources. That's really the only reason that I'm here today. And I'm going to outline some of my concerns about the environment and the biological resources as we see they have the potential to be impacted by this project. Let me start out with water quality, and I'm just going to cut right to the chase here. I want to read an excerpt from a letter from the California Environmental Health Department regarding this project. This is part of the, it was included in the EIR. And this is a fairly long letter, 8-page letter. I'm just going to read one paragraph. And I quote, "The most significant human health threat associated with the development would be the installation of a sewage collection system in reasonable proximity to Tulloch Reservoir shoreline, similar to the adjacent system in Copper Cove and the operation of that system in the manner practiced in Copper Cove, and most likely operated by CCWD. Such a sewage collection and conveyance system would be expected to be characterized by spills of raw sewage in the Tulloch Reservoir, much like the raw sewage spills that continue to occur from the Copper Cove system." And they outline a number of sewage spills from the Copper Cove system that have occurred since 1987. Spills of raw sewage, including infectious pathogens into a reservoir used as a drinking water supply reservoir and used extensively for body contact recreation, have acute health implications that outweigh any of the other hazards discussed in the hazards and human health section. However, this most important hazard to human health is ignored. I believe that this still has not been addressed by mitigation measures. Other potential impacts to water quality in Lake Tulloch include runoff from the project site, including sediment associated with grading, herbicides and pesticides associated with the golf course, and other runoff associated with irrigation of the golf course using treated wastewater. Now, we recently heard in the presentation that there would be a zero runoff policy, and I think that sounds great, but to be honest with you, I haven't seen any specific mitigation measures that ensure that there would actually be zero runoff from this project into the lake. I think that needs to be dealt with before this project can be approved. Moving on, there are a number of biological surveys and inventories which have not yet been completed and have not yet been included in an environmental impact report, as I believe they should be prior to approval of this project. There's been a lot of discussion of oaks. There's no question that there is less than 10% oak canopy on this project site. I don't think anyone's debating that. But I believe that that is a misleading figure. The definition which is proposed by the Board of Forestry as a definition of oak woodland is an area of oaks where there is 10% canopy cover. The standard for applying the state oak woodland conservation law is not that the site has 10% oak cover across the site. It's whether or not there is oak woodland defined as an area of oak trees that has 10% cover on the site. So whether or not there's 10% of the site covered in oak trees or not is not an issue. It's whether or not there is oak woodland that is actually impacted by the project. And these impacts can either be direct, that is by actual removal of oak trees, or indirect, which is whenever you have a development in an oak woodland area, you have indirect impacts. You are affecting the wildlife and the quality of the habitat in that area through indirect impacts, and those impacts have not been mitigated for in this plan. And I just want to harp on the fact that, once again, the county's oak ordinance, which has been promised for quite some time now, is still missing in action. Moving on to other surveys which have not yet been conducted, the EIR points out, and I believe this was actually in the draft EIR, but it wasn't followed up in the final EIR, that there are a number of surveys for sensitive plant species that have not yet been conducted. And I can list those off for you. Those include things like the Vandy monardella, the foothill Jacksonia, Sanborn's onion, Hoover's calcadinia, and Tuolumne button celery. Now, this project applicant and other project applicants continue to say, oh, well, you know, we're going to survey for those things prior to getting our grading permits and our building permits and things like that. But, you know, part of the reason for having an EIR is so that the public can gauge the potential environmental impacts. And without those surveys, we cannot gauge the potential environmental impacts. And I ask that those surveys be completed prior to approval of this project. Other surveys that have not been conducted are those for the vernal pool fairy shrimp, which have potential to exist on the property. And I have seen absolutely no mention whatsoever of surveys for blue elderberry bushes, which are the habitat for the federally listed valley longhorn elderberry beetle. And to be honest with you, I've seen elderberry bushes on the site, not even mentioned in the EIR as far as I could see. Another big issue is cumulative impacts. The EIR doesn't adequately address cumulative impacts to loss of open space, loss of grassland community, loss of oak woodland. It does not address cumulative impacts due to the conversion of ag land, or cumulative impacts to public services, including services by law enforcement. This project has a huge and real potential for growth inducement. The Jack Nicklaus Signature Golf Course will attract more development regardless of whether or not it's private, and whether or not it's private is debatable. From what I read in the EIR, you can actually purchase access to the golf course without actually living in the development. This project will open up access to lands to the south, including the proposed Bronco Ranch project, and those growth-inducing impacts have not been adequately addressed. We specifically asked that the county work with the applicants to add a mandated condition to eliminate the potential for future potential development to use the Tuscany Hills roads to access the undeveloped parcels to the south and the west. Regarding impacts to aesthetics, this project has the potential to have a significant visual impact by having a substantial effect on scenic vistas from existing residences and Lake Tulloch recreational areas, by substantially damaging scenic resources, and by removal of vegetation and grading. Significant grading, I agree it's been reduced, but it's still significant, and that with no adequate grading ordinance on the books in the county. And other potential impacts to aesthetics are by substantially degrading the existing visual quality of the site and creating a new source of light which would negatively affect views in the area. According to Section 1515.1, CEQA guidelines, an EIR should be prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. Despite numerous years in a revised EIR, this EIR still fails to provide all the necessary and important information which would enable decision makers to make a decision which intelligently takes into account environmental consequences and includes mitigation measures that offset the outstanding potential significant impacts. Finally, our center continues to contend that no large projects regarding general plan amendments be approved, given the fact that this very board has agreed that our general plan is deficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hillstrom. Next person, please.
Good morning. My name is John Buckley, John Buckley. And again, I'm representing our members of the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center who live here in Calaveras County. Obviously, as has already been shared by both planning staff and by the applicants, this is a very complex project that's before you. I'm going to be as brief as possible, and I'm going to try hard to keep it short. I do want to start with the question of fairness and the legal process. Most of you, I'm sure, are diligent in wanting to make sure that the public has a fair opportunity to communicate and to understand projects. The Planning Commission held its first hearing on this matter 12 days after the final EIR was sent out. And when we shared, and many people who contacted our center shared the concern that that's a very limited time to be able to read the EIR, the county's planning department, community development department still held firm, and this hearing date that the Planning Commission went forward. At that Planning Commission, one planning commissioner sitting right there said that he hadn't had a chance to read the EIR yet. And a second one also said later that she hadn't had a chance to fully read it as well. But planning staff assured them that they could still go ahead and make a recommendation decision on that. And our center felt that that was a question of whether or not the CEQA state law is being followed. Also at that hearing, there was a letter provided by TriDem, and there was new information that led to new conditions being considered that had not been in the initial in the staff report or in the EIR. And after the morning session was closed, Bob went off with the applicants back to the planning department to draft up new wording conditions that were then brought back to the planning commissioners after the public hearing was closed. And then when it came back before the Planning Commission at the next Planning Commission session, there was no public hearing, no public comment allowed. And yet it included not only things that we never even saw until after that session, but it included language that the Planning Commission further finds that commissioners had sufficient time to review the documents related to the project, including the final EIR and on. So again, in terms of fairness and balance, it is debatable whether the public did have full opportunity to review materials prior to that, and whether or not it was appropriate to close the public hearing and then have a park brought back and the clarification of that, new fees for votes added, and a number of other conditions added without the public being able at the Planning Commission to respond to those points. The key thing that I would point out today is that this project has gone through many improvements and has definitely deserved our praise for a number of the changes that have been made, and we are openly making those positive comments of support. There is now considerable open space. There are better setbacks along parts of the reservoir. There's been the public access to a swimming spot. There are supposed, and I might say supposed, I'm going to talk to it, building envelopes. And there's also the improvements that have been cited related to the number of vessels that will be out of the lake, fees, and other things. On the other hand, many of the things that were presented in that beautiful PowerPoint presentation are one side of the issue. And a quick example to say, well, we were going to move 1.2 million cubic yards, now we're only going to move 350,000 cubic yards. That's 50,000 dump truck loads that are going to be bulldozed, graded, filled, and moved about on this site. Tremendous amount of soil exposed and a tremendous amount of potential for some of that sediment to end up in the lake, and also a tremendous amount of visual impact. There's also the fact that the EIR analysis has shown without the slightest doubt, that this project has more significant and unavoidable impacts than any other project that has been brought before this board in many years. That there are 4 significant cumulative impacts and 6 major significant and unavoidable impacts. So you guys have them do an EIR, and the EIR comes back and it shows there are these significant unavoidable impacts that are major. And the question is, well, what should be done? Should you approve a project with findings of overriding considerations, or should there be some changes to the project? And here's an example. The EIR found that a reduced intensity alternative would be environmentally superior. It would eliminate lots along Tulloch Reservoir. It would preserve more of the oaks. It would reduce visual impacts, and it goes through and it lists all the wide range of things that it would do that would be improvements, and it would still allow 272 lots, the golf course, the marina, all of these other things. It would allow a lot of development. But it was rejected by the EIR and by your staff report because the words would not result in a reasonable investment return for the applicants. And it is highly debatable that a less harmful alternative should just be openly rejected when there's so many significant and unavoidable impacts, simply because it won't make as much profit for the developer. As you go down through the EIR, there are a number of points that have already been shared by Tom about the lack of there being a number of surveys and other key bits of information. But here's a quick one. When the applicant made the presentation, it showed in lime green where building envelopes will be located on the site. There is nothing, there is no map any place that spells out where those building envelopes will actually be. And the EIR says the design hasn't progressed to that point yet, but at this point you're being asked to approve based on the concept that there will be building envelopes. So the key thing that I'm leading to is that you are overriding the many significant and unavoidable impacts because of a certain amount of reasons that are contained in the staff report in the Appendix C. And in that, there is not only a variety, in Attachment C, not only are there a variety of questionable points raised, not only are there questionable points raised, but these are the key points that I would argue about. The first is that the project supposedly will benefit the county because it's going to provide, as it says on the second page here, it will provide additional housing opportunities. Well, there is no affordable housing in this proposal. It would once again provide an upscale golf course community development. And a community is another question because, again, it doesn't provide many of the things other than for upscale golf course development. It would convert additional ag land from agricultural zoning to residential, further reducing ag land when the county has no clear information about how much ag land has already been lost. And I tie back and I just remind this board that this board has openly acknowledged that you do not have cumulative effects analysis, that you haven't had it for projects. Bob and other planning staff have publicly at hearings said, we are working on that, but we don't have that information, and yet this board has continued to approve projects without the cumulative effects information. Once again, this project does not provide what are the impacts with past, present, and foreseeable future.
This project, combined with all the projects already approved by the county, will use more water than CCWD is permitted, and there's an opinion that CCWD will get state approval for more water in the future, but there's no guarantee for that. So if you approve the project, or if you delay it 2 weeks and approve the project, you are saying that the water that you've already promised to Oak Canyon Ranch and other lots, the 2,275 lots there, plus the 1,200 transit units there, that they may not get their water because there's only so much water that is guaranteed. CCWD's initial study claims there's no growth inducement, but this project, and if you're looking at the project where the route goes through to the far side, connects directly against the new proposed project. That testimony provided is already in the planning pipeline for 1,500 lots of residential units and commercial. This road, providing further access and providing through the property access to that project, is clearly growth inducing, and yet the EIR and staff report said there's no growth inducement for allowing this project to go forward. There are already 17,430 vacant parcels in the county, according to your assessor's department. 17,430. And as Paul Stein has pointed out when he's followed me at speaking a number of times, well, we don't know how many of those are SBI parcels, state parcels, federal parcels, and others. And that is very correct because your assessor's department doesn't have that information. But whether there's 15,000 vacant residential parcels or 12,000 vacant residential parcels, for you to have findings of overriding considerations that say that this project, with all its significant and unavoidable impacts, will provide additional housing when there are thousands and thousands of available residential parcels already out there, is disingenuous. The other thing is that it says that it will provide recreation, and yet it's a private marina and a private golf course, not a public marina and not a public golf course, and access to the swimming hole, and the 1 acre grass park is a highly debatable question of whether or not that makes up for all the traffic impacts, the air quality impacts, the consumption of additional water, wastewater produced, and many of the other impacts that are there. And cutting to the chase, there are things in here that clearly are highly debatable. Even if you believe the project should go forward, you have the opportunity to change conditions or to send back to staff to have it go back through additional review for a number of key things. One is that the findings claim that the project's traffic fees will not only fund new roads, but reduce, quote, existing safety concerns. And in truth, in many years, for many years into the future, there will still be the O'Byrnes Ferry Bridge, there will still be the dangerous intersection at Highway 108, and you will now be exacerbating that with additional traffic and additional congestion on the roads, not less. The findings of overriding consideration also claim that there's going to be fire protection facilities provided to the Copperopolis Basin area in there, and yet that is highly debatable because all that's really being provided is a site. There's no insurance that there will be staffing or equipping of any of the fire facility. It's an empty mitigation. The finding is not accurate. So in closing, our center believes that there should be a Tuscany Hills project approved at some point. We are not here, as some might claim, to be saying there should not be a project. But what we are asking for is, one, a fair and legal environmental process, follow state law. Second, that appropriate mitigation requirements and the findings of overriding considerations not be based on fluff, but actually be accurate and substantive, and that also that the public has a chance to see and to comment on revised conditions and revised wording, especially findings of overriding considerations, which right now are based so much on misleading information and on benefits that are clearly not benefits. And just as one example, in your finding of overriding considerations, it says the project will preserve over 500 acres in open space, but the presentation and earlier in the document shows it's 300 some acres in open space. It's not 500 some acres. So there are both errors of of inaccurate information, but also of misclaimed findings in here that lead to a claim that this project will somehow be superior to the impacts that it will create, be more beneficial. Our center believes it needs to be sent back to staff to have additional mitigation and changes made, and then brought forward for the Planning Commission to again consider and bring back to you in its final point. Thank you very much.
My name is Laurel Sherburne, S-H-E-R-B-U-R-N-E. I'm here, I work for First American Title, and in that capacity, I am Vice President and Division Manager. I have the areas of the Central Sierra that go from Alpine County all the way through Tuolumne County into parts of Mariposa County. I've been a longtime resident my whole life. I won't tell you how long, because then I'll have to tell you how old I am, of this area. And in my job, I've had the pleasure of working with the Hicks-Rubenstein group. I'm here to speak specifically to the integrity of the developer. I have worked with them in a project in Amador County and 3 projects in Tuolumne County. I've also, going into that, had the pleasure to see the Court of All project, and just recently visited, a year ago, a friend who has a substantial property up at Pronghorn, to see the quality of what it was. Working in my capacity, it's our job, along with the Department of Real Estate, to make sure that what you all put in your conditions in the map end up being delivered to the property purchaser. And in that capacity, we work extensively in the mapping projects and as far as the CC&Rs, so that whatever you put as conditions on the land actually run with the land. That's what they hire us for. I work with a lot of developers. I don't stand up and speak publicly in favor of everyone. I've chosen to speak publicly in favor of Hicks because I know intimately they are men of integrity who actually bring forth the project with the quality and the design that it said. It is not their idea in any of the projects that I have worked with them that they minimize or they try to have our company mitigate through the CC&R process, the documentation, what needs to happen. It's actually a pleasure to work with a group who do what they say and say what they do. I've seen what they have done as far in working and in the different public meetings I've attended and reading the EIR, that they have worked extensively with the Environmental Resource Center, Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, California Planning Coalition, and the Lake Tulloch Alliance. Part of the things that you see, for one instance, like the lime green areas on the lots, when you all propose that those are the setbacks that you want and you put it in your conditions, it becomes the job to make sure that those are actually provided for in the mapping, provided for in the CC&Rs. What I see happen frequently is you make those conditions up front, but you don't put all the specifics into it. That's where it goes back to the planning department. For you to meet all the conditions of the Central Sierra Environmental Center would actually hamstring a lot of the process that happens between the developer and the planning department as they get on the ground. It would be micromanaging the project up front. But you can put all of those into play. And what I'm telling you is, having worked with this group, that what you put into play and what you put on as your conditions is what will come out more so. You will be absolutely astonished by the quality of the project that actually gets delivered to the buyers and to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess.
Please. Testimony on the Tuscany Hills project. Are there any other folks who would like to give a testimony about this project?
morning. My name is Steve Felty, F-E-L-T-E. I'm the general manager of the Trident Project. Pleasure being here.
It's a pleasure to see you, Steve.
Me too, Steve. The issue that we want to raise is to make sure that the procedural process is complete and accurate. The reason for that is Trident is a responsible agency in considering a permit for the marina, and also as part of that, FERC will have to also issue an authorization for the marina. And we need an environmental document that is complete and thorough to do that. And we've talked today about a lot of issues being complete, not complete, et cetera, and I just encourage the board to make sure that that process is complete, is well documented, and is an acceptable environmental document so that we can use that. If not, if that document is not complete, we would have to do a separate EIR for our own decision-making, and FERC would also have to do that too. So that's why I want to stress to make sure that document is complete. An example being in the mitigation measures, that they are out there and complete, and when you finally consider those, make sure that that record is complete. Concern, and I have to share that concern, that we were provided the documents, but when the Planning Commission heard the proceeding, there was no discussion that those were included as part of their deliberation. So make sure that that is part of your deliberation, part of your findings, part of your conclusions, that the procedural process for the environmental document is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Are you going to tell us when it's complete, Steve? This is it. How many more pages?
The important part of that is written. The important part is your findings and your considerations, your overriding considerations.
Got it.
That's the important part. I don't have all that stuff yet, and your staff was talking about taking 2 more weeks to work on that. That's what needs to be complete. Thank you. Then it will be complete.
Thank God. Okay, next.
My name is Greg Meyer, M-A-Y-E-R, from Copperopolis, and I'd like to speak in support of the project, the application today. I've been a full-time resident in Copperopolis since 1985. Just shortly before this application, I think, was put into the county. So I sat down and made some notes a while ago about what I thought were attractive features to the project, to the application. And some of this is, of course, going to be repetitious, but I'll try to, well, bear with me on that. The first thing that came to mind was that the contained shoreline development was a attractive feature here. The impact on the 3 miles of shoreline will be relatively minimal compared to the past development along the shorelines of the reservoir. There will be a small number of homes and cottages along the shoreline, 16 homes and 5 cottages, reduced from the 30 homes and 16 cottages the 2004 draft EIR dealt with. There will be significant setbacks, as we've talked about, and no individual private docks along the shoreline, which is a completely different concept than we've dealt with in the past year. And that is a huge portion of our lake that we're talking about there. Second, there is an effort to minimize disturbances to the natural environment through limited grading and integrating natural features with home sites and with golf course layout. There was a decrease in the cut and fill we talked about from 1.2 million cubic yards in the 2004 draft EIR to 0.35 million cubic yards. Thirdly, there was a decrease in the wetland impact from 3 acres to 1.2 acres in the 2006 draft DIR through such measures as arched culverts and things like that. The Tuscany Hill project provides recreational amenities, a private golf course and marina, a public swimming area and beach and park area. The marina has been downscaled significantly to 27 slips, and a commitment to just have 27 boats on the lake at one time through this reservation system, which is I think is a fantastic idea. $100 annual fees that will be submitted to managing the lake. Possibly no overnight stays. The park area, the public park area, which originally was going to be about 5 acres, has been increased to 6 acres with the water access and the addition of the approximately 1 acre of irrigated grass area, which again the applicant responded to input from Planning Director Mines, where she just brought up the idea, why don't we have some grassy flat area, and immediately that was changed. That the actual requirements that I understand is that the developer had to provide something like 2.5 acres of public access or park area. So again, this is an example where the applicant has gone over and above what you might need to do to get this project approved, thinking about the community. The Tuscany Hills project is unique to the Copper Basin in that it is averaging 1 unit per 5 acres, and approximately 54% of the project is dedicated to open space. Also, an effort has been made to preserve, again, existing landscape and have built-in fit into what the landscape, how it presents itself. The recreation area has been increased in size from 175 acres to 340 acres, and the irrigated turf decreased from 200 acres to 110. And I'm assuming that most of the irrigation will be tertiary water. The project, the developer has sought out community input right from day one. They did come to the Copperopolis Community Plan Advisory Committee on, I can recall, at least 3 occasions. The first being a very preliminary stage where they wanted to have direction of what type of project the community wanted. They also had a number of town hall meetings. They met with concerned citizens and groups like the Lake Tulloch Alliance, and they've acted on the input. I think that's apparent here. This project will provide jobs, housing opportunities, an increase to the tax base for the county and the community. The Tuscany Hill project is a architecturally attractive, low-density, environmentally sensitive project with relatively low impacts.
Thank you, Greg. Next individual would like to address the board. Is that everybody? Going once? Going twice? Okay.
I saw other people stand up and get sworn. You have to come up and talk. That's the rule.
All right, folks. Bring it back to Mr. Sullivan.
I don't know why anyone thinks the complex project term. As we have dealt with in the past and even in front of the Planning Commission, the problem before the board at this point is to sort through all the documents, all the responses, all of the additional comments and responses, and see where we go from here. I'm going to assume you have some questions, but before you do that, maybe I can preempt some of that and try to address some of the issues that we see have been raised, and if we don't focus in on them, I trust you there.
Okay, before you go on, perhaps I should officially close the public hearing and then let you just Public hearing is closed. We'll now hear from the planning department.
Mr. Chairman, the difficulty with any EIR and the difficulty with the standards is that there are none. Okay, I mean, ultimately, it is in the eye of the beholder, that is the approving agency, whether or not the information provided to you is adequate to address the issues that are brought forward that are significant. Well, unfortunately, there is a standard that is not well established really for either of those determinations. Are impacts significant, and have they been mitigated to the level of insignificance? Now, I think we can all agree on the extremes from one side to the other, and the hard part is where's the middle. So what we do is we try to write mitigation measures that address, to the extent that it is possible, a broad range of impacts, and many of those issues are going to fall into the eye of the beholder type of a judgment. Has the impact on oak trees been adequately described? Has it been adequately mitigated? Is there a significant impact that needs to be mitigated? There are a lot of just plain judgment calls here. And everybody likes to cite the court cases and the laws, but one of the court cases that is cited, at least from our neighbor to the south, is that this document does not have to reflect perfection. It's got to be a document that reasonably identifies the potential impacts. It identifies potential mitigation to reduce those impacts to the levels of insignificant if possible. And if not possible, it identifies what those areas are going to be that are significant and gives you the option of making overriding considerations, or in the alternative, denying the project. Certifying the EIR is complete doesn't guarantee an approval. Clearly, you can't go forward with the project for approval unless you find the EIR is complete to your satisfaction. So, to that extent, as I told the Commission, these are judgments, and it is in the eye of the beholder. And what some people think is significant, others find is not a problem at all, and the converse always exists as well. So the question of the impacts, there are some things we can do to help clarify. One of the issues that was raised is the issue of building envelopes and how does that address potential impacts, both scenic and environmental, to the lake. The tentative map shows areas that indicate there will be building setbacks. There's a mitigation measure that talks about building setbacks. We can certainly clarify and add a condition to the tentative map that clearly requires that building envelopes be added to all lots to be shown on the final map at the point of recording. So there is no doubt that the representations of the developer relative to having a setback from the shoreline and so on are clearly identified. It can also reflect setbacks from other environmental sensitive areas throughout the development. Developers indicated they're willing to do that. They're going to do that anyway for their own purposes. So to satisfy everybody's concerns that that issue would be addressed, certainly we can add that as a condition to the tentative map. And staff would certainly recommend so. There was a question about funding for the ongoing mitigation monitoring. Clearly, staff is in an extremely difficult position to do that. We can do those pieces that are direct, that is, immediately tied to the tentative map review. Ongoing mitigation is more difficult. The county can clearly require that the developer fund a contractual type of arrangement with the county to provide for ongoing mitigation monitoring. This isn't adding new conditions to the map or to the development approval. It's making sure that those conditions that the board has set, in fact, get fully reviewed as they're developed. Again, it's not an uncommon thing. We've done that in other cases, and again, that can be a condition on the approval of the tentative map, because that's where all those mitigation measures substantially get implemented. We talked about amending conditions. We have a mitigation measure that talks about the studies that need to be completed. It's 4.3.4A and B. And it talks about avoiding or getting approval from Fish and Game or other agencies if there are significant or potentially significant mitigation measures that are needed in order to address concerns. Staff is willing to make a recommendation, and clearly we think it addresses both legal concerns as well as community concerns. That be modified slightly, and that would be that the result of those studies must be implemented with no impact, without bringing those mitigation measures back through public review, as opposed to strictly an agency review. So that if the study shows there is an area that must be avoided, the developer has a choice. They can either avoid an area due to a sensitive habitat, or if they wish to do a mitigation measure on that, that would have to be brought back through the Planning Commission and potentially board process in order to address a mitigation measure that clearly identifies how the impacts are being addressed, and the public has a chance to comment on that process. There was a question of runoff. The practices have changed significantly over the last couple of years on how the county does deal with grading and so on. We can certainly add a requirement that there be a zero runoff from grading. It would be a condition of the tentative map. It would be improved. It would be approved at the point of the improvement plans and implemented with the actual construction of the project. Staff believes substantially that's the requirement already, but if there's any doubt, if there's a need for an assurance, we can deal with that. They're just going to have to control their runoff, and at that point, there would not be an issue of potential environmental impacts due to that. Clearly, relative to dry dam, we certainly want to make sure this thing is complete. I can assure you of that. We believe substantially the findings are in effect, and I think you heard today with some of the testimony. One of the things we want to try to do is make sure that we believe we have got all of the I's dotted, the T's crossed, but there's always the potential that we have made a mistake, a typo someplace in these, so we need a little bit of time just to re-review everything that has been done relative to mitigation measures and the findings, and make sure they are all internally consistent. That's our goal. We thought we did that. It's always wise to get one more look to make sure we haven't inadvertently created an error, and that's part of the reason we too would ask for the continuance in order to do that. The entire question of what is the appropriate level of response is of development is a difficult one. We have looked and presented for your review and consideration a number of options. You have seen basically a more intense development project already, which we believe through this process the developer has already rejected, and that was the much greater intensity, closer to the lake type of development. They've already moved away from that. Have they moved far enough? Is 335 lots with an average density of 1 unit for 5 acres adequate? That ultimately is your board's call. That is a pretty high standard being implemented in this basin. And if you look only to the draft language of the Copperopolis Basin, we had a future density set at, I believe it was 0.48 acres per unit, which is approximately just over 2 acres to the unit as a future density. This project is basically 2.5 times that in terms of the units per acreage type of ratio. Is that enough? That's your call. There's not an absolute answer on that. This is consistent with the general plan as is proposed and as it currently exists. So we believe that's, again, your call. Okay, now I turn to council and see if I've missed anything. Okay. At this point, let's talk about any of the questions you may have, if there's anything I've not addressed of your concerns.
You ready to read?
Okay. Mr. Solomon said that the level of expectation here would be that we're going to certify this to the level of my satisfaction. I have to say at the onset that I tend to be pretty satisfied with the improvements that I see in this plan. It's certainly a much different than for as far as the grading that we have in this plan compared to what we saw a couple of years ago. And my compliments to you for making that change. And I think that in many ways this one home for an average of 5 acres is appropriate for this site, especially in view of that's what the designation was when you started, wasn't it? So I'm kind of philosophically, I think that you should be entitled to develop to the level that you started out with, and I think we're there. Some of the changes that have been made recently, I don't know, I can't remember whether it was Mr. Buckley or Mr. Hofstra that made a comment that the addition of a park after the public hearing was closed was somehow a bad thing. I don't know, I would think that was a good thing, that the park was added later. So I'm also looking at that as being a positive development that came out of this deliberative process. Okay. The fact that Mr. Cox brought up that this is the 50th anniversary of the creation of Lake Tulloch. Some years ago, a person pointed out to me that one of the ways to solve the development issues around Lake Tulloch would be simply to remove the dam. So I'm certainly not an advocate of that, but that'll
do it.
Huh?
That'll do it.
That'll do it? Okay. So, anyway, just kind of
the environmentalists would like to remove all the dams. You'll get John to sign off. He won't sue on that one.
Give it a rest, Tom Tryon.
But anyway,
The farmers might.
The significance of this 50-year anniversary and the fact that we have had what looks like a 3 times increase in the population of the state, there hasn't been well, maybe there has been about a 3 times increase in the population of the county. I mean, wasn't it that 50 years ago there was probably about 10,000 people in this county? Mm-hmm. So anyway, I'm kind of rambling here, but the point is that we are growing in California. We have mandates that we have to provide for housing for our increasing population. I'm philosophically much more in favor of having the development and the growth and the people moving to the foothill area than I am to continue to take out the infrastructure of the irrigation system that we have in the Central Valley and building down there. That this is a much more appropriate place, in my opinion, to be trying to attract some growth in this area. The time is right for it. I'm personally an advocate for, looking at the advantages that can be gleaned from the growth rather than looking at all the myriad problems that are going to be created by the growth. We have an opportunity to solve some problems, and frankly, this project is going to be made to pay their fair share of solving some of the problems that they're creating, but also they're going to go a long ways in solving some of the problems that currently exist. And so without having this project and others that will follow as being a revenue source for providing the money to solve these problems, I think that we would be in a good deal more trouble in this county if we didn't have the benefit of the people moving in our direction, and I think that we should continue to encourage them to come here. Not millions and millions, but anyway, I think that this project was looked at closely by the Copperopolis Community Plan Advisory Committee. We factored their growth expectations, their population expectations into our calculations, where we figured that a prudent plan would produce in 30, 40 years a population of about 40,000 people in the Copperopolis Basin. I think that this plan has well, we like I said, we factored this density into those calculations so that this isn't going to adversely affect the assumptions that we put forward in that soon, or hopefully soon to be adopted plan. I see some wonderful sensitivities that the developer has given to the view sheds and the setting back from the lakes, or from the lake shore. But I do have I want to ask some questions, if I might ask, about the 5 lots that are adjacent to the marina. In just a quick scaling of the plan, there's 5 lots and about 380 feet. That would average about 76 feet per lot in width. Can you elaborate on your development proposal for those lots? And the reason I'm asking this is that the Copperopolis Community Plan established a hoped for minimum width of 200 feet as measured at the lake shore. And we did put a provision for having we could have individual lots that were less wide than that, provided that there was a compensating open space. And certainly you could make an argument for the fact that you got 3 miles of shoreline and only so many houses, so the average is probably there. But it does concern me that looking at that particular view shed, if you were to develop it in the same approximate style as some of the things that we see at Calypso and some of the other recent projects that people point out as being what we don't want to see. Where I'm headed with this is if I'd look on these particular 5 lots with a lot more favor if there was 4 lots. Just to tell you where I'm headed with that.
Tom Hicks, Red Mountain Resorts. Supervisor Thomas, I'm not certain exactly which ones you're talking about. Are you talking about the 20 some odd lots that are the 7,000 square foot? Is that what you're referring to?
No, just the 4 lots or 5 lots that are just to the east of this area. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm addressing just simply the ones that the property line goes down to the 515
Those
line.
are what's called our cottage product. That's one of the reductions that we made from the 2004 plan. And
excuse me, just so everybody knows, on the tentative map, those are listed as lots C314 through C318.
And I think what you're referring to is the width of the lots, so
yes.
to say. What we did, I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's a minimum 7,000 square foot lot. And we designed those to meet within those minimums. That product is designed to be some of the product that typically, well, in fact, for the most part, this project will be a lot sale program. We'll sell lots. We typically don't build. We build in some occasions. Obviously, we build our clubhouses and all those amenities ourselves, but the product themselves, we typically don't build. But this is probably the product that we would build. It would be designed to be a cottage-type product, and although the lot extends down, to the lake area there, it would follow those same setback requirements that we talked of, and it would be built up closer to the ridge line, and more of a cluster-type product. We can certainly look at the widths there, and I think there's some room that we can possibly widen those lots a little bit if that makes a difference in our final map, and we can work with you on that. But we made a substantial reduction in those type of lots, and we moved the majority of them out over to the western side of the project, when we removed the 40-acre lots that we previously had on our 2004 plan.
But they meet the 7,000 square foot.
They do meet the 7,000 square foot minimum.
Well, the 7,000 square foot minimum parcel size is a standard that I'm familiar with, in other areas of development. This, because of the gradient there, you're gonna, it's not really you're not going to have a lot that is buildable upon this whole 7,000 square feet. So I'm just suggesting to you that
it'd be a cluster type product for sure.
Okay.
But we can certainly look at that, and when we come back and work with Mr. Selman on some of these cleanup items there, we could have our land planner look at either widening those lots or removing one of those lots and moving it someplace else in the project. So.
You see, what I'm struggling with here is that I feel like that we're making really fantastic progress about improving the specific, what you're looking at from the lake and these houses that are lined up, and that's the only thing that kind of struck my eye is that it has a potential for being still pretty dense in that one location. It'd be unfortunate that if we kind of fumble and don't do a good job there. Let's see. Okay, that's all the questions I have for you. Thanks. I feel compelled to address this quote that Mr. Hofstra brought up, something that he picked up on the report about the CCWD and the handling of the sewage, that it can be expected to be characterized by spills. That's a kind of I don't know, in my mind, a kind of a stretch, because certainly CCWD handles millions and millions and millions of gallons of processing wastewater and effluent, and that phrase characterized, expected to be characterized by spills, would, in my mind, illustrate a situation where they're spilling hundreds or thousands of gallons a day, and that certainly is not the case here. So I wanted to mention that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could I add just one thing in response to that, because it was raised, and Supervisor Thomas is correct, but we do have a mitigation measure, 4.7.6, which specifically addresses that, and it does require not only redundancy, but it requires electronic monitoring and alarms and power generation if needed. This development is listening to those comments and is doing everything it can within its control to make sure that those issues of potential spill are reduced to the absolute lowest level that is, I think, reasonably possible. There's always a potential for some event that none of us have foreseen, but it is not just one of those things that we're saying, well, this is CCWD's problem. I think
so that concern has been addressed.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to have CCWD get a black eye. So
They already have one down there.
that was them. Also, Mr. Buckley made a comment about that there's going to be 50,000 truck truckloads of material moved around on this project. That sort of, it brings up a connotation of all these trucks lined up and down the road hauling material. Because of the grading and because of my familiarity with that process, this is a situation where we're going to be grading for roads and pads only. It won't be loading trucks. You'll be moving it around with dozers and perhaps carryalls, but there's nothing that's going to be leaving the site and making any impact on the adjacent neighborhoods. So that's worthy of mentioning that. I'm going to conclude my comments by addressing the willingness of this developer to contribute $100 per boat per year that would be using this facility. It's long been my contention that the density of boats on the lake on any given day and the amount of craziness that is associated with that amount of boats it's very measurable about how crazy people get when you see how many law enforcement, what the presence of law enforcement is. I've spent a fair amount of time on the lake, and it's really quite odd that when the sheriff's boat gets launched, everybody mellows out, and then when you can tell by the cell phone usage down there that when the sheriff's boat leaves, then people get crazy again. So I very much applaud this willingness to do this. I think that this may be the catalyst that we've needed there to get this lake-wide mitigation in place that we've all talked about for so many years. I am looking forward to seeing the measurable results of this money being available to have a more of a wide, I don't know, I don't see that the need for the sheriff to be there all the time, but if they had the money that they could afford to have their schedule be less predictable than it is now. For instance, I would like to see this program funded to the point where they could come down and start cruising the lake at night, because there's a lot of silly things that are going on, particularly with these. I tried to have a kind of a pleasant dinner party with some friends that had a lakeside house recently, and I never thought about this, but those boats, the wakeboard boats that have these big systems, the sound systems on it, there was a boat tied up to the dock, and they were playing their music so loud that it was 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. What is that all about?
You didn't like the music.
Well, I didn't. No, but it wouldn't matter what they were playing.
If they had karaoke, would you have been?
Oh yeah, I would be done that. But the decibels is something that we need to kind of get the right herd on, and I think that with the funding, beating this to death, but with that, I think that we're going to see some wonderful things happen out of that. And certainly there were some comments about how it would benefit all of us in the county if we could focus some energies on the next part of solving the congestion problem down there would be to build the road to New Melones. And I would encourage all of us to focus some energy on that. So anyway, I'm very much in favor of the project. I want to mention here that it may already be known, but I live on Little John Road, so I'm going to be personally affected by some of the bad points and some of the good points of this project. I want to emphasize that although I may have the road in front of my house it's scheduled to get some improvements on the shoulders and stuff, so that'll be a good thing. I'm not going to benefit financially from any of that, and so I want to emphasize at this point that I do have the ability to be totally objective about this project, and I will be casting my vote accordingly. So, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Selman, I think to just ask questions and just go through it, not in any particular order. And I do want to say there are things about this project that I like. I like that you're going to build LEED. Hopefully you'll even build the homes LEED. I like that you're building osprey platforms. The grassy area that was added, I want to know how is that going to be irrigated? If that's going to be irrigated with fresh water or recycled water. If it's fresh water, I don't support it. If it's recycled water, I do. I want to confirm that you're only going to be taking down 10 oaks. I thought that's what I heard you say. And there is a mitigation measure for the oaks that's for a 5-year replacement, to make sure it's 5 years. Wallace Lake Estates, which was postponed, we were going to do today, had a 7-year. I'm not sure why Tuscany should have 5 and Wallace Lake Estates should have 7. I, of course, support 10, but I will go for 7. I like the fact that you're going to do recycled water for the golf course. I think that's really pro forma now for most golf courses anyway. I like that there is strict lighting, since I'm a dark sky thank you. I am a dark sky advocate, and I have been pushing for a dark sky ordinance for probably 4 or 5 years, Mr. Selman. And I like that there's bike and pedestrian paths. Okay, now let me go to some of my questions. Bob, what I'm going to do is I tried, because it was convoluted, to go back and forth in the EIR. I took your staff report, and I will just ask questions. On page 2, the density transfer, we grant a restricted easement. Where I'm not clear on it is it's somebody else's property and they're buying, it's being deeded on that property. The issue, I understand the density transfer. I'm not clear who owns what and what the control mechanism is, because, so that's not clear to me. On page 3, the Tuscany Hills project, 561 acres have been committed to additional density transfer from the remainder portion of the parent parcel agreed to by the property owners. So nobody's buying a person, but the property at the time of the purchase of the Tuscany Hills project. That was not clear to me. I had to read it about 4 times. I figured if I don't understand it, you can explain it to me. Again, page 5, the surrounding land uses include the rancheria, working cattle ranch. Again, it goes back to the issue of, I'm not sure who's on first base on the density transfer parcel. Page 9, under the evidence, it would not compromise mining potential on the adjacent property were the previously operated open pit mine be proposed for reactivation. My question is, it's number 2 on page 9. My question is could there be an opportunity for future mining? So now we have mining in the middle of what will be a residential area. And then we have Oak Canyon, we have Tuscany, we have the potential for Castle and Cook to Buckle Ranch, I believe. So if mining is an option, I can see a whole bunch of red flags when somebody comes in and they want to mine, and this room's filled with property owners that are saying, not next to me. Page 11, I mean, this is just really kind of minor, but on 11-1, the applicant shall provide proof to the planning department that the county administrative fee of $50 and fish and game environmental impact of $2,500 has been paid. So if those fees go up, do they pay this, or do they pay what the fees are at when they record their final map? Page 15, I know this is something the board supported, I didn't, but so be it, it is what it is. The permanent road division, I have to say, I was a little bit confused that all the roads within this project will be maintained by Public Works, paid for by the money that's paid to the PRD. They're dedicated, and then they're going to be maintained, and versus through a homeowners association and CCNRs. So that was not clear to me, because this would be, I think, the first one, the first PRD. That was not clear to me. Okay, you're lucky. I'm skipping to page 71. Number B, I, mitigation measure 4.9.3. The good news is I like that it was in there. The concern I have is how are you going to enforce it? What this is saying is that there's going to be recreation lots next to residential areas, and I can already hear the calls. It's no different than barking dogs, that we have noise level, and I'm trying to sleep, or I'm having a party, or a dinner party, whatever it is, and so now we're going to have a dB level of 60, and I don't know how that's going to be enforced. The recreation lots 3 and 4 to noise levels in excess of 60 dBl. That's the whole reason the county has not had a noise ordinance with a dBl level, because what are we going to do, hire DBL patrol or give DBL equipment to all the deputies, and who enforces that? I just want to make sure we're not in the bind on that. On number C, building could cause noise levels to exceed county standards of existing noise-sensitive areas. A noise-sensitive area is really somewhat subjective. On page 72, regulating the design of maintenance structure and the hours in which maintenance activities will take place. Those people in here, the Hicks, Mr. Hicks, or Castle and Cook, who are much more familiar with maintenance of golf courses, but I see in my subdivision, they're out there at 6 in the morning doing whatever it is they do before the first tee-off time, and now we're going to restrict the hours, and it's 6, and there's nothing in there that specifies that. And maybe that's something that belongs in the CCNRs. It's just sort of a headache item. DI, I love this word. It generates valid noise complaints. I don't know what valid means. Valid is very subjective to me, since I get lots of valid noise complaints as a county supervisor. Again, Mr. Hicks, I think maybe some of that might be your CCNRs. I don't want the county to be the one who polices this. I don't want to be the manager of your homeowners association with these kinds of things. Okay, page 73. Number B3, mitigation measure 411.1.2C. A defensible space plans shall be submitted to the county for review and approved by the Copper Fire Protection District. One, when did we get into the defensible space plan? Those rules, or I thought, are controlled by CAL FIRE, and CAL FIRE is not mentioned in here. I'm assuming CAL FIRE has an obligation. CAL FIRE, unless it's different in that end of the county, CAL FIRE does the unimproved lots, the Copper Protection, Fire Protection District would do the approved lots. I just am concerned about what are we getting into regarding a defensible space plan. Oh, that was answered. Bob, I did send the email regarding the benefit basin fee. I finally found the answer, so thank you. My question had been, Mr. Hicks, as the changes come in the copper benefit basin fee, I wanted to make sure you weren't locked into something today that would be different tomorrow when it was done, higher or lower. It was not the issue. I know council addressed that you're going to 15,000, but so that had been a concern of mine. Okay, Mr. Hicks, one of your slides, it was about the third or fourth, you discussed, and it kind of went fast, so I'm going to just ask you to clarify the issue. It concerns the issue of a connection to any future access to your project, that you would be willing to participate in whatever was reasonable. So for me, we had to define reasons, because on the circulation element, there was two projects, two or three or four options. But there could be another option, or three options, or none of these and something else. What that's saying to me is, and I maybe need, again, Bob to clarify, the monies paid into the benefit basin are just going to be for, and I just want to clarify, for the TAZ 163 and 166. That's where the money's going. Is that correct? I mean, because the copper benefit basin is bigger than just what this is. So the 15,000 that's paid to the benefit basin is just supposed to go for the TAZ for 163 and 166 or 164. I guess I needed a clarification on that, and I needed Mr. Hicks to clarify what reasonable meant, and that he is agreeing to connect to any future roads. Even though it was in here, I just want to make sure I understand. Mr. Robinson wanted to make sure the rules go with the property. Yes, this goes with the property. It does not go with the property owner. In terms of he wanted the sheriff to look at the log and monitor how you might do your tea time for boats. I don't know who used that. That was a good, something we could all understand. I'm not looking to give that kind of work to the sheriff's office. Dr. Hofstra did bring up some issues that I do want to make sure that are clarified. The wastewater issue, we have had spills in Copperopolis. We have had several spills. We have had spills in Copperopolis. And I think it was right to bring up that issue. If staff feels that the mitigation measure 4.7.6 might answer that, then I just think that was a fair question. I wasn't clear on the biological, surveys for biological resources. Just as an example, a mitigation measure 4.3.5C, it does talk about the proposed mitigation measures for biological, and I think that might answer Dr. Husky's questions, but I just think that if we're going to have to respond, I wanted to make sure that was done. The issue that Mr. Buckley brought up about converting ag land to residential, it's an issue that I consistently really philosophically fight with myself on that. What is the cumulative impact of losing ag land to residential? Well, we lose ag land and we gain residential. I mean, part of it is that people might not want to do ag anymore and they want to sell their land. Do they have a right to sell their land or try and develop it? Yes, they do. On the other hand, if the county doesn't want, or the public doesn't want ag land converted, then the public better come up with a way to mitigate, to buy the land so it stays an open space. So I needed to address Mr. Buckley's issue on that because he always brings it up, and I just have a fight with myself on that one. The water issue in Copperopolis, I'm not sure, Bob, that I really understand, maybe embarrassed to say, the broad picture of water down in the Copper Basin as we continue to develop down there. I mean, water is a critical issue. What obligation does the county have in that regard? And I don't want to make FERC upset, so, hey, Steve Felty wants something complete. I want to make Steve Felty happy. I'm not going to apologize to any of you because I spent days on this. Again, the mitigation measure 4.3.2C to the survival rate from 5 to 7, I think it should be consistent countywide. On mitigation measure 4.5.3, this is on the grading. If and when we get a grading ordinance, how would that dovetail with the grading ordinance? Do we need to address that, whichever is the more restrictive? I mean, our grading ordinance isn't going to be able to address every single parcel or situation in Calaveras, but I felt like we somehow needed to address that. I couldn't find it, but I got to ask it. We heard from Tuolumne County. I didn't see any $900 fee per dwelling unit or whatever. What are we doing about Tuolumne County, if anything? And I'll let Supervisor Tryon rant about that one.
Well, I can't until you finish ranting.
I'm almost done, Tom. At least I think I am.
Okay.
you made a comment, and it had been in there, about the paying for mitigation monitoring. I thought it was addressed, and on 1.4, the mitigation on the introduction, a mitigation monitoring program is required by SECA, is not required, however, it must be adopted by the board upon approval of the Tuscany Hills project. If it was in here and I missed it, I apologize. It was like, the question, of course, is how is it being paid? You somewhat addressed it. Maybe you could address it again a little clearer to cut to the chase. Who's paying and monitoring what? So I think that's it. I just want to make sure that I understand where the dollars go for the road circulation for the Copper Benefit Basin, and that the applicant, Tuscany, has committed, per what I thought I heard Mr. Hicks say earlier, to a road, another road, ingress or egress outside of the project that is reasonable. I just felt like reasonable needed to be defined, because one of these options is pretty pricey and it isn't going to happen anytime in the next 5 years. So, I mean, that's just one option. So, let me think. I think that's it. But no guarantee. I mean, I might have some more.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say, if Marita gets to give additional comments, I want additional time also.
You got it.
Well, let me initiate my comments by seeing if I can annoy Marita, my good friend Marita and John Buckley here all at the same time in the environmental community. One of the things I think makes no sense that the environmental community puts forward is that we're not supposed to do things that are growth-inducing. I think that's absolute nonsense. Everything we do, if we're doing it right, in my opinion, should be growth-inducing. It should make people that live in an area be proud to live there and want to stay there, and it should make people outside of the area say, geez, that's a good area in which to live. And how do you do that? You do growth-inducing things like you put them on public water, and you put them on public sewer, and you have good roads, and you have parks, and you do those sort of things that make it attractive for a human being to be there. That's growth-inducing. What's not growth-inducing that the environmentalists seem to always want? Things that are not growth-inducing. Well, dumping raw sewage into the lake. I would say that's not growth-inducing. Making this project be a 5-acre parcel project with no amenities, and to allow junk cars and people living in trailers with no septic systems. That's not growth-inducing. So the idea that we're supposed to be doing things that, and it's evil for us to do things that are growth-inducing, to me is absolute nonsense. Everything about this project and everything we're trying to do in the county, including the new general plan, is growth-inducing because it makes it an attractive place for people to stay and live, and for other people to say, geez, I'd like to move there. That's the sort of the point of our exercise here. I'd also just like to comment just very briefly on John Buckley's comments as he was leaving about, well, geez, look at this project and look at all the environmental mitigation that's been done and et cetera, and it's still, the density's too great, it should be 223 units instead of 315 or whatever it is, et cetera. And where's the affordable housing? Well, geez, John, look what these guys are doing. How in God's good name are they going to make affordable housing? And then I guess it gets to be in a definition of what's affordable. If you have to have a net worth of $5 million and annual income of $500,000, that's one level of affordability. And if you have a net worth of $2 million and you make $200,000, and then it's not affordable for you. And you can just, go down the list as to affordability. But quite frankly, it seems to me housing's a good thing, and that we have a public purpose to see people living in houses. If not, we should have a public purpose to have more homeless people, and we can put them in shelters. But housing's a good thing, and we should be positive towards housing, and we should want people to live in housing. If you want to look at what's really growth-inducing, that's having babies. And quite frankly, we're taking care of the current population and our housing needs, and if you want to do something that's not growth-inducing, then you better do something about birth control, because that's what's not growth-inducing. And quite frankly...
That's not, I didn't find that mitigation measure.
You didn't? Well, isn't there a mitigation measure on prophylactics?
Stop encouraging it.
Okay. But I have 3 children, and I can tell you right off the top, I would like them to live in houses.
That's more information than we want to know.
And furthermore, I'd like to be a grandparent someday, and none of them have children yet. So I'd also just like to comment on the lamenting of the fact that, geez, there's no trees on the property. Well, there's no trees. I mean, one of the incentives that certainly comes out of this discussion is, if you want to develop your property, the wisest thing you can do is go cut down all the trees before you submit your development project, because if there were a lot of trees on this project, the development cost would skyrocket. And it does basically with all the projects now that we're into oak mitigation, or as you might say, tree mitigation. And of course, one of the big proponents of all this is, again, the environmental community, but you can just look at the EIR and figure out how many trees went into it to tell us, things that we basically already know. It's not like we haven't done residential subdivisions before. This isn't a nuclear power plant we're addressing here. I would like to take exception with Marita's comments and say I'm totally delighted to see that at long last we are incorporating the PRDs for road maintenance. We are taking them into the county maintained system. I think that's a good thing. I think we need to develop that further and other new developments. Along with that, I note that this, correct me if I'm in error here, but I am not at all in favor of gated communities. It always amazes me how everybody, a developer comes in and always wants to talk about how they're going to help the general population and how they're for the people, and we're going to upgrade everything, but we're going to put a gate up because, my God, we don't want any of those people coming into our development. And this one, as I note, I think is not a gated community. The roads will come into the county maintained system. They are asking, I think, to gate some roads prior to them coming into the system. I'm not really keen on that either. We have lots of public roads that are privately maintained, and I would rather do that than start gating roads. But my interest of substance here is basically what my interest of substance usually is the roads. And it's my understanding, if you look at this development and then you look at Saddle Creek, basically below Copper Cove Drive, there is no secondary access. We're going to have a whole lot of people out here with no secondary access. It's my understanding that, though it's not spelled out directly in the EIR, I'm not quite certain why it's not spelled out directly in the EIR, but it is apparently in the appendix or in some mitigations by reference. We did have a study done to look at secondary access, and that was done, I think, by a consulting group named RTC, help me somebody, RMC, or something C. What? LSC. And I think we need to, when we approve this project, I think we need to be very clear on what our secondary access for this whole area is going to be. And I think the consultant, since I can't remember, I should write down the initials, but the consultant basically came up with 2 options that I think, and Bob or Janice help me here, but I think that those 2 options are part of this EIR and this EIR partly rests on those two options, which is basically two options: one road that skirts the outskirts of Oak Canyon, the other road goes somewhat through Oak Canyon, and those are the two options that were investigated. And I think they're both, I believe, within the Copper Benefit Basin, and the fee upon build-out is estimated, and that's how they established the fee, I believe. I think it was $11,000 back then. You're talking $15,000 in this development here, was upon build-out then to build those roads. The concern I have is I don't think we can continue with all this development and wait till the last building permit is pulled before we come up with a secondary access. I think we need to have a secondary access before we allow build-out. And I don't know, apparently there is a third option, and maybe Tom would like to talk to that a little bit, where they could put in something now there would be a sort of a split cost between the Castle and Cook, which are the developers of the Brunkert Ranch, and the developers of Tuscany. I'm very interested in, when we have development, that we tie all this together, so we don't have independent developments that both have inadequate access, when we can look at both concurrently and come up with an access that makes the greatest sense in the public interest. So I think we need to take a look at the road. I have this big map, and I don't know if anybody can put it up or not, but one of the concerns I have is we have Little John Road where it enters Tuscany. I don't know what the standards are going through Tuscany, but it seems to me that road should be built to the same standards as Little John Road, at least to the point where it exits Tuscany. And one of the concerns I have is that it looks like that's easily done as far as right-of-way ability, but then it hits this development here. I don't know how to describe here to anybody without a map someplace. Here's Little John Road. Here's where it enters Tuscany. And there's plenty of room here, but then from here, where we have development, it comes around and it has, to me, an awkward intersection, and then comes here to basically exit, which would then provide the secondary road, either one of the two options through Oak Canyon, or a potential third option in the interim with and I'm concerned about all the residential encroachment on here. It seemed to me it would be nice if we could bring this, and I see from the green underneath that maybe that's not possible, but to bring this and avoid the residential development and have it exit here. And then it's either going to come up to one of the two options that are within the EIR, or it could come up with an interim one to allow construction to go forward on the development both here and over here, while collecting the fees, so that when you finally collect the fees from the last building permit, you will be then able to implement a more optimum solution. So I am concerned about the road and how that's going to exit, because I think you're going to have a fair amount of traffic on that road. And I'm worried about where it's going through your residential subdivision here, and you're accessing it there. And I don't know, you're probably so far along, and looking at the green underneath it, it looks like to move it, you're putting it down a fairway or something. But I think that needs to be addressed, because I think we need to build it to the Little John Road standards and hopefully maintain the same speed limit as Little John all the way through your property to where it exits. And then it would be nice to maintain that same standard either on the interim or on the optimum of one of the two that were studied that this EIR rests upon. So I'm very concerned about the road, and I understand you're having some discussions with Castle and Cook and how, because they're going to need something for Brunkert too, because you're both stuck at the same end of this Little John situation without a secondary access. And I think we should have some resolution of a secondary access prior to proceeding, and I don't think that would I don't know what form that takes. I'll look to Bob and Janice as to what form that takes, but I think we should have a better definition of the secondary access, so we don't just have this at the end of a big cul-de-sac with 300 units a year, and basically all of Saddle Creek is, except for an itty-bitty little tiny area, is beyond Copper Cove Drive, and I don't know how many units are on Saddle Creek. Paul, or David, how many units do you guys have in Saddle Creek?
1650.
Yeah, so 1650? Yeah, so there's probably 1,600 of those, because I think it's the golf course and stuff that's on the other side of Copper. So you got 16 and 3 here, you're almost 2,000 residential units on a cul-de-sac. And so I think we need to have some resolution that says how we're going to either come up with it on an interim basis and then collect the funds to build the optimum solution, which is a lot more money, or what. But I think there has to be some resolution of a secondary access before we just say this thing is acceptable. So those are my comments.
You had one more, Marita.
And I get the comment again, too. Great.
Bob, on general conditions, 1-3, the applicant shall meet the requirements of the Calaveras County subdivision ordinance. Would that be the new one or the old one? The proposed new or the old?
The ordinance that is currently in effect.
So should that be so specified?
It doesn't have to, because that's exactly what the map does.
Okay. And on the golf carts, are they going to be allowed to drive them in this? Oh, they would. They're public roads. The speed limit's 25 miles an hour. They can drive golf carts.
They can get tickets.
No, because we have an ordinance in this county.
They can still get tickets.
Not 25 miles an hour. Well, yeah, of
See how she
course.
drives, well, stop signs, nothing,
No, it's not. And it's just a curious question, Mr. Hicks. Who monitors the reservations, et cetera, for the playing field? How is that going to be? Pardon?
Through the homeowners association,
Oh.
the
Okay, just curious. Thank you. That's it.
That's it?
Well, I think so.
Yeah, that's it, Tom, you get one more now or later.
Okay, I'll give you my last one, since I didn't comment on Russ's comment about, well, we could remove the dam, and I'm with Marita. I think that would have two significant effect on the farmers, and Marita's interest in the farmers is only coincides with my own, but I will put back into the record what I've stated on other numerous occasions, is you could certainly go to a non-motorized lake, and basically every issue that's been raised concerning the lake would go away, in my opinion. Well, I don't see any heads nodding out there. What the hell's the matter with you guys?
Tom, that's it.
The list is endless. Yeah, there's a lot being said here today that I agree with, some I don't agree with, but I'm going to try not to be redundant. A couple of comments. Unless I misunderstand, first of all, I'm very much in support of this project. I think from the first time I saw this project 2.5 years ago, they've made metamorphic progress. It's not even the same project that I first looked at, and I want to congratulate Mr. Hicks and his group for working with the county and working with the community to mitigate the concerns of those people. Back to the trees, perhaps I don't understand this, but one of Rita's concerns was the number of trees replaced to mitigate. The heritage oak trees greater than 24 inches shall be replaced, it says. Is that replaced with a similar genus, size, and everything? Okay, 5-to-1 ratio. And more than 6 inches in diameter, but smaller than 24 at breast height. Yeah, that I understand. What I don't understand is how many different people wrote this, because everything is in inches until you get down to the next paragraph where it says shall be 80% survival and a diameter of at least 2 centimeters. You just trying to mess with me? Inches, centimeters, feet, yeah. I think the EIR, I think you've done a pretty thorough job here, all the way down to, where is it here? I got kind of a kick out of this. This may be common, but I still got a kick out of it. Oh, there it is. All construction equipment using internal combustion engines shall be in proper tune. No, I can't keep my pickup in proper tune. It's all over the road. Okay.
Does that include musical instruments too?
That's Russ's department. Concerned about what Steve Felty had to say with the environmental impact report surviving the scrutiny for the tri-dam, and I'm wondering if Steve, will your group have the opportunity to do a review of this to your satisfaction before that occurs, because later is too late. If you know what criteria it's going to take to do that, I think you should have the opportunity to look at that before
We have provided comments, both written and verbal, in the process, and we believe that those have been responded to. And the responses are not our own words necessarily, but I think they made a reasonable effort to respond to those. So that is going forward. But as that moved forward, how that carried forward was the issue. We will make sure it just gets completed. We would get drafts of that, and then weren't sure whether it was in fact adopted or not, and that sort of thing.
So, but on the face of it right now, you believe it's adequate?
Yeah, but I'm a staff member presenting that to a board member, so it's
okay.
I'm in Bob's position the next time around.
Thank you. I'm happy to see that the improvements they made, some of them I'll just keeping track of them, the minimal impact to the shoreline, no private docks, limited grading, reducing wetlands impact, downscaling the marina, creating a public park, leaving 50% of the development open space, 340 acres of recreational space, on and on and on. I think you folks have done a good job here. Building envelopes, you seem to be agreeable to that little nuance in there, and that's often a sticking point, so that ought to help there. Runoff during the runoff control during construction, I think, is a pretty common issue, is it not, Bob? I mean, isn't that pretty much addressed on all construction jobs where they're grading? The runoff control?
It's becoming far more intense and far more rigorously enforced.
Okay. I think Rita had several concerns, but I think that most of your concerns are something that just needed a little further explanation, perhaps, or maybe a little more detail. Didn't sound to me like there were any major issues in there. I agree with Supervisor Tryon's point of view on grows and do thing. Of course it is. That's what we're doing here. We're growing. It's how we grow that's important. And I believe that this particular subdivision allows us to do that in a sensible way. There's always an argument between density and open space, but you know, the folks, it's almost from the same group sometimes that I've noticed. The same folks that want affordable housing don't want the density. Well, that's impossible. We had an issue come before this board 6 months ago where some of the folks that want affordable housing also wanted 40-acre minimums. I'm still waiting for somebody to explain that one to me. It's not going to happen. So if you get my point, I think that the density is an excellent idea if you're going to preserve open space. I'm very much in favor of the PRDs. We have got ourselves into a situation we talked about here. We had a lengthy study session about the miles and miles and miles of roads we have in this county that nobody takes care of because it's nobody's responsibility except the homeowners, and especially in subdivisions that have 20-acre lots. That's a lot of roadway for a homeowner to take care of, and so it's not happening. So we have entire communities that have roads that are not traversable. So we have to do something, and that's one of the options that we had, and that's an option that I'm in favor of. And the third and final thing is this secondary access that I'm very much in favor of. I'm still in favor of approving this project, and if that can be done, I plan to support that. However, like it's been mentioned, it's not built out yet, and the Benefit Basin is only going to be collecting money once a building permit is pulled. So I'm hoping that in some way there can be a document. I talked about this with Paul yesterday, some document that will not only line out when and where and how, but have some performance issues attached to it that say this project is approved. However, in order to build this out, there's going to be a document that gives perhaps periodical performance criteria to make sure that this road gets built before the entire area is built out. And if that can be worked out to the satisfaction of the proponents here, I'll be really happy about that, because I would hate to see several thousand homes down here, but you need just about 1,000 more to think about the road that's going to get them out of there in case of a disaster, without having something in place to either build it in increments, acquire the right-of-way, do the EIR necessary for the road, something that's going to put them on these developments on a schedule to do that. Because it looks to me on this map, and I'm sure to most people, everyone living below Copper Cove Drive there is in jeopardy if there's the smallest disaster. There's no way out of there. You'd have to be an Olympic swimmer to get across the lake.
So are you saying that Tuscany has to build the road?
No, they built the road. No, they will build the
project?
road inside their development. But I would like to see an agreement between whoever's involved in participating, whether it's Saddle Creek, Oak Canyon Ranch, and or the perimeter over there. I would just like to see some sort of a document that says they're going to do this, and something that has a
Well, it says it in
requirement.
here. It says it in the EIR, and that was one of the questions I had asked, because Mr. Hicks had mentioned that when he did his slides about he is willing to participate in a secondary access on what's reasonable. I mean, the EIR addressed some options, and one of the options, it does say, it should be noted, this alternative provides a full secondary access to Tuscany Hills. I don't think Mr. Hicks is saying he doesn't want to participate in one, but just sort of based on what I was hearing, is it that we want Tuscany to develop the secondary access, and then at their cost, and then what does that look like? And the options that Paul talked about have not been discussed in the EIR. And so if they're not discussed in the EIR, we can't consider that unless we go back and do another analysis if I'm correct.
No, I only expect Tuscany to participate in the portion that goes through their property, and I believe they've done that.
Marita, I don't think that's accurate in the sense that if they can come up, what's in the EIR is one of the two options through Oak Canyon. And as long as you leave the assessment in place to fund those options, you are consistent with the EIR.
I don't know.
Wait a minute, let me finish. If they can come up, I'm concerned about that, because then you don't do it until the last building permit is pulled, probably on Brunkard, since Brunkard hasn't been permitted and Tuscany is now being permitted. You would think Tuscany would build out first. But I don't think it's all right to build Brunkard, Tuscany, and then have 1,600 units or 1,500 units, whatever it is, in Saddle Creek beyond Copper Cove, and have all those built basically with a cul-de-sac and no secondary access. They can come up if they can come up with an alternative secondary access, it doesn't have to be in the EIR, because we're not removing either of the two options in the EIR, and we're continuing the funding source for them. So we are consistent with the EIR.
Funding is a separate issue, which is why I asked
Well,
the
funding's a big issue.
question. That's why I asked the question about the TAZ. Janice.
Okay. The status is, as of now, that and this addresses several questions. Public Works is in the middle of amending the Copperopolis Benefit Basin. They are adding improvements, potential improvements to the benefit basin, including improvements to the intersection of 108 and Old Burns, so that addresses Tuolumne County's concerns. The proposed amendments to the benefit basin include a secondary access down to hook up to the bottom of Little John Road that will go through the Tuscany Hills project. That road is proposed to be dedicated to the public at the time the map is recorded. The county will accept that dedication at the time they're ready to construct the road, or alternately, when the map is recorded, that's up to the board. There is no analysis in this EIR of the location of that alternative access, nor is there any analysis of the location of that alternative access in the Copperopolis Benefit Basin. That needs to be reviewed through an environmental analysis before the board can pick a location for that road. Staff anticipates that Castle and Cook will be doing that environmental analysis as part of their project, because staff anticipates that a condition of approval of their project will be that they have to build the alternative access. So until such time as that environmental review is concluded and the board approves that environmental review and picks the location of the alternative access, that location has not been identified and cannot be identified until it's been environmentally reviewed. You need to look at an environmental analysis of all the different locations before you can pick a particular location. This project is conditioned through a mitigation measure to participate in the amended Copperopolis Benefit Basin and to pay its fair share of its portion of that alternative location. Currently, Public Works is proposing, I don't remember what the alternative number was, but it was a $37 million project, which is potentially the most expensive location, along the theory that if you start collecting a fee for the most expensive location, you'll be more likely to build a road. If, in fact, the board ultimately chooses some other location that is less expensive, there's a reimbursement requirement in the Mitigation Fee Act, and you will be required to reimburse some of that money if, in fact, it's not used to build that particular road. Marita referred to the TAZs. This project is in the TAZ that's required to pay.
What's that stand for?
That's a traffic area zone. Rob's here if I say anything wrong. They are required to pay a higher fee than some of the other TAZs in the Copper Benefit Basin because they benefit more from the alternative access. So that money that's collected for that particular TAZ cannot be shifted around to other areas of the Copper Benefit Basin. It's intended to fund the alternative access. That fee that's in our mitigation measure also includes a portion of other improvements in the benefit basin. It's not just the alternative location, so it has more parts to it, but it's all intended to fund improvements that are directly or cumulatively required by this particular project. So this project, approval of this project does not pick a location for the alternative access, and the board can't do that until that's environmentally reviewed.
But can it direct itself toward an alternative access? Can it do that without choosing the route?
I don't understand your question.
Can the money collected be earmarked to provide that secondary access wherever it may go?
It is.
It already is.
That's my question.
That's the TAZ.
That's the TAZ?
Yes.
So is the TAZ, of the 15,000 in the benefit basin, is all of it TAZ money or part of it?
Currently, the TAZ of the fee that was before the board before, that has gone back for further review, is approximately $11,000. A substantial portion of that is related to the TAZ that is funding that alternative access. But there is also a portion that funds some of the other improvements in the benefit basin fee, in particular the light at 108 and Old Burns. This project has to pay its fair share of that too. I don't know the breakdown. Rob might know the breakdown. I don't know it off the top of my head. But it is intended to mitigate the direct and cumulative impact of this project.
I have a couple concerns, I guess, with that. If you say, well, you're going to do it on the building permit stage, then you don't build it until the traffic is is already overwhelming, because you have to be almost built out in order to build it. If you say, well, approve this, and we'll get Castle and Cook when they do Brunkert to build the road, then basically you're having Castle and Cook upfront the money for Tuscany, and that doesn't seem quite right to me. Secondly, if the Brunkert gets put on hold for some reason, we approve Tuscany, Tuscany builds out, and if Brunkert gets held up for whatever reason, there's no secondary access, because we're waiting for Brunkert to build the road. As I understand what's being discussed, and I can be corrected here if I'm in error, is they're looking at, it seems to me what makes sense is to have two alternative accesses. One that's basically immediate, probably doesn't cost $37 million, which would tie it back into Copper Cove, and that may meet the legal requirement. I'm not sure it meets sort of the intent of what we're trying to do, because that looks to me in some ways like, just a huge circle of a cul-de-sac. And you still have, I guess you can say you have two access points at that point. You have Saddleland Creek and what's the road?
Copper Cove.
You have Copper Cove and
Little John.
And Little John. So I guess you have two access points. But to me, it would be nice to do that and allow all the building to go forward while you collect the fees to put in the more optimum one, which to me would be the one going through Oak Canyon, and I think the estimate's $37 million. It seems to me we could look at both of those so that we can allow construction to proceed immediately and not be totally dependent upon what happens with the Brunkert Ranch or when.
If the board wants to approve this project with the requirement that alternative access be constructed as part of this project, you would have to deny the project as currently proposed, because an additional environmental review would need to be done of all the alternative access points. You can't pick a location for that road until you do the environmental review, which requires you to look at several alternative locations. And we did that.
Well, right now, I thought we've done sort of an environmental review on the two through Oak Canyon.
No, we have done no environmental review on any of the alternative locations.
But you're saying we can approve it as is with no environmental review on those two, but if we want to put a third one in, that they could build immediately and leave those two in the EIR, though they haven't been studied. We can't?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, because there's nothing in the EIR that talks about alternative locations.
Well, if we want to add a third one and say maybe we want to do two, as opposed to the two that are on the table, you're allowing us to approve this now without any EIR on the two options through Oak Canyon. Why can't we approve it now and add a third option without having to go back and redo this EIR, since it's not in it already, and we have to do a complete EIR on all the options?
The locations that have been identified as part of the Copperopolis Benefit Basin fee, which is the only identifications of locations, have not been subject to any environmental review.
Really?
CEQA says that funding mechanisms are exempt from environmental review. Before you pick any location, you are going to have to do an environmental review of all the alternatives. There's nothing in this project's EIR that has looked at any of the location of any of the alternatives.
So why are you saying we have to vote to kill the project and start over?
If you want this project to participate now in building the road as opposed to paying the fee, we have to do an environmental review of the potential locations of the road, and you would have to pick the location of that road as part of this project approval, which means we would have to go back and do the environmental review for those locations. And that's an option that the board has.
Okay, well, I don't want to start over, I'll tell you that.
And Mr. Hicks, the portion that you're going to build through yours, that's all included in this.
Mr. Chair, if I may address this issue, we've worked for the last year and a half with Castle with Paul and Dave on this issue, and we're in total agreement to work together with Castle and Cook to resolve this issue. As Janice is bringing up, there has not been a road that's been defined as yet, so we can't agree to build that road today. And I don't think it's fair to burden a 335-unit project
I'm not for that.
to do
No,
that.
I don't want to do that.
But what I might add, though, is that we're building, we're going to have to, on our nickel, basically pay for the improvements to Little John Road from Moccasin down to our property that needs to be widened and taken care of. We're also building, and Supervisor Tryon, you mentioned that the road realignment. We've gone back through and we've removed the gates on that road there. We're dedicating to the county that strip of road that will now become an extension of Little John through our property. That is widened to the width of Little John and improved at that. We'll build that road.
Designed to the same speed?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So,
Including through where the development
yeah,
is?
so that map that you're looking up there's been a revision to that removes all those lots off of that. So there's no direct access on that portion, that road right there.
See, it's going through a residential. So in other words, the map I put up and showed you is not accurate?
No. So we've already worked through those issues. What we're working through, and we've had conversation last week with the Castle Cook guys, that we would like to look at a possible mechanism to fund this road when it is approved in advance of the fees. We're willing to do that, okay?
And
but
still
I think
leave the
that's really
fees in
something that
place
should
to
be-
do the optimum solution?
Yeah, but I think that's something that should be left to the two developers to work out. I think there's adequate mitigation in the EIR to collect those fees in a worst-case scenario. The other thing I think is really important to understand here, this is a lot sales program. This will take, 5 to 7 years to sell these lots out, and another 5 to 10 years to build it out, right? So the impacts on these roads that you're referring to are way off in the future. There'll be adequate time to address the fees collected. But more importantly, we're in agreement to work together with Castle and Cook, and I'll state that for the record, to help hopefully come up with a solution that may be used as an assessment facility to assess our property. But we need to work those details out, and there needs to be a fair share amongst ourselves, and we're willing to do that. And I'll state that for the record. We are.
Thank you. Whoops.
Would it be okay for me to make a few comments?
Please.
Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. First of all, I'd like to go on the record that the Brunker application is merely an application. There has been no environmental review of the project. Staff does not know if they'll be recommending approval of that project. So I'd like to avoid discussion of the project in terms of resolving this issue for today's purpose, so that we don't give an impression that we've already predetermined what's going to happen with that project. One thing that comes to mind perhaps is, and I don't know if this is an option, perhaps Janice can respond to it, is if the developer was willing to put a voluntary condition, not a mitigation, but a voluntary condition into the project that that they agree to participate in any assessment district that is formed out there for purposes of collection of money towards the road improvements. If they were to participate in that, as the owner of all the lots originally, they can put that on as an agreement on their parcels, give notification to future property owners, and that may allow a mechanism to collect potential road fees later on that could go towards this new road if and when it gets developed. It's just an option that wouldn't require possibly recirculation of EIR. I do want to say that when the project originally came in, it's not a project that would necessarily make it through the scrutiny now of not having the secondary access. There was no secondary access originally. We indicated to the developer that we would not recommend approval without some kind of road easement across the property to allow that for future circulation, and they did agree to that. So they have done what was requested to us at a fairly late date. That just happened after I came on board. So they have indicated a willingness to try to help on our circulation issues, which is really what this is about. But I just wanted to offer some opportunities. The other option is the developers agreement that they would enter into, perhaps to define what reasonable means when they say we're still willing to participate up to a reasonable level. But I don't know if that would trigger environmental review as well. But that also could be a condition, something that could be developed in the next 2 weeks and brought back to the board when we bring the findings and recommendations back.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Is there anything else? Board members?
Bob's going to answer my
I'm
questions.
going to address some of them if I can. Address that, so I think we're okay on that. The only thing I can think of relative to the 5 years versus the 7 years is this has been a long project in development. And we've standardized on 7. I don't know how it got left at 5 unless it was just an oversight or a typo, to tell you the truth. So I don't think that's a problem. We'll change that to 7-year replacement, which is the standard that we've been using on everything. The density transfer issue, and this is one of the things actually we did need to confirm a little bit. When we started this whole discussion on density transfer, again, a lot of these discussions were before I even joined the county. The question was how to implement that, and in part there was correspondence and offers of how to implement that, both on the site itself and on the off-site site. And what we finally resolved, and that's why this is a general plan amendment, is we're designating the area that is the 561 acres as specific plan and so zoning it, and indicating that that is for the purpose of density transfer, and the board has removed the density from that area and placed it on this site. That solves the first problem of how do we deal with that. That is in essence what you're doing with all of those areas that are not golf course or lots. You are taking the density from all the balance of the area and transferring it into those areas that are sites. But you have control of that now through your zoning ordinances and so on. So that solved that problem in part. The only last piece was the density transfer. The uses, the transient occupancy or the question of the timeshare units. That one we do need to have an actual agreement which the developers have agreed to voluntarily give up that. It becomes a debate, is that or is that not density? We just eliminate the question by saying you don't have them. You've got 335 developable units that you get, and everything else is to be used for non-residential uses in any way, shape, or form. So I think that clarification needed to be on the record. We're really dealing with the rec zoning at this point, and we have solved the balance of the density transfers through the zoning and the general plan amendment. The opportunity for a mining, and if I missed something, Marie, let me know. The opportunity for mining, that was one of the whole issues we had on this from the beginning, and there's a fair amount of correspondence, and there's some of it in your record relative to did we even designate the right area as eligible for mining. And in staff's opinion, it was in fact not correctly designated on the general plan, as evidenced by the ultimate mining on the more modern Alta mine, or I think that's what they finally called it. That is almost all off of this site. There's a small portion that was zoned A1, ME on the southern boundary that was not subject to mining. It was just the area that was zoned when the whole area was still under the Brunker ownership. There is, in theory, a potential to reopen that mine. It's one of those things that we wonder about the old business of what is ore, and it's what the price of gold depends on. It goes from rock to valuable, depending upon that value. That mine was opened, operated, and determined apparently economically completed and closed. Could it be reopened? The answer is yes. The county has ordinance including setbacks and operational requirements that are intended to assure that there is not an undue conflict between mining and residential. Can we guarantee there will not be conflicts? No. Bottom line, there's no way to guarantee it won't happen. This is one of those inherent general plan conflicts that, you can have agriculture, or you can have mining, or you can have people, but once you put either of those two together with people, you have the potential for a conflict. It is unavoidable. We believe there is sufficient room to avoid that. If you look at where that mining area actually is on the ground, it's not immediately adjacent, it is in the near vicinity, but there's no absolute guarantee that you could not have some future conflicts, but we don't know that it'll ever be opened again either.
So when title companies do their title search, is there a way for them to so designate that?
There is nothing inherent in this. I suppose, we've gotten warnings relative to agricultural operations. There's still going to be an agricultural operation for some time to the south. I suppose we could ultimately require that there be some sort of a future mining disclosure. I would suggest that it should be sort of a blanket thing that we would put on, not necessarily just this project, but all projects if you want to do it. And it's an informational disclosure more than anything else. We can ask the homeowners association to include that as part of their notices that there is a potential, just as there is a potential for conflicts with agricultural uses if you happen to be too close to an agricultural operation. The fish and game fees, that one is absolutely straightforward. Those are due within 5 days of approval, and they're going to get paid pronto, and the fees are $50 for us and $2,500 for the state.
But that's with the final map, which is...
No, that's with the approval of the project.
Prior to the recordation of the final map.
Well, in that case, it's a mistake on my part. It is actually upon approval. They have 5 days in which to get those fees to us, and we get the fees paid.
So
I will fix that.
Assuming it's approved in 2 weeks, they have 2 weeks, 5 days.
That's correct.
So, okay.
Yeah, those fees are due and payable immediately.
Okay.
Those aren't lot fees, those are just the ones.
I understand that.
Okay. The PDR on the roads, we need to circle the wagons and talk about that just a little bit more. And that one we're probably going to bring a response back to you at your next meeting. The noise issues, substantially, in this county, noise tends to generate from a couple of relatively fixed things. It's industry and it's roads. Most of the uses we are going to have don't generate what we refer to as legal noise, and that is noise that if you put a meter upon and weight it over a period of time, constitutes a significant level of noise. So without going into a whole long explanation, unless you have roads that are carrying a fair amount of traffic constantly, in this area, there's almost nothing. I mean, the boats on the lake could be an issue of an individual but mobile noise source. Every time it turns away, it drops off a meter. It turns back on, it goes on to a meter. If you were to weigh that, measure it across a period of time, and then determine what the noise levels actually are, they probably never reach the 60 decibels or 65 decibels that become into the regulatory status. The best way we found to deal with those really is through building design and setbacks. We keep the residential units as far away from any of those potential noise generators as possible, and make sure that between windows, style of housing, and appropriate insulation, there is adequate noise attenuation. The bottom line is at times you have to close your windows. But that doesn't
But it's in here. So if someone complains, who is the DBL patrol?
Well, it would fall to the county to review. We would have to probably contract with an actual noise specialist, because it is that difficult. I'm of the belief that is one of the areas that we're going to very specifically address in the new general plan and have an implementing ordinance, and we will deal with it through time that way as well.
So should it be in here, Bob?
Well, I think you need to identify that. I mean, clearly, we don't want to put a major noise generator next to a residential unit and not have them attenuate. Typically, you're talking 60 decibels or 65 at the property line, and that is a lot of noise, and that is not typical in this county. Maintenance noise, it sort of comes into the same type of a thing. It's noticeable, it's like a barking dog. It's noticeable. It can be very aggravating. Is it legal noise in the sense that is it reaching that volume that triggers the meters? The answer is no. So we have to deal with it more with what I would like to refer to as hopefully common sense approaches. You try to make sure that you have time frames that you do that sort of maintenance in a time where it won't be a problem. You try not, you do your mowing or whatever away from your residences very early in the morning, very late. You do midday around the other stuff. We get complaints. We'll talk to the property owners. Again, though,
But is this up to us, or is it going to be up to them to do in their homeowner rules?
The operational provisions that will keep it from being a problem, I believe, is their problem, and they can deal with it. I don't believe you're ever going to reach the level of what we refer to as a legal noise problem based upon what we've seen with this proposal. The defensible space, fire plans, I mean, these are fairly typical. We've been working with the fire departments on all of these. Anything over an acre, you have to have the 30-foot setbacks. We're not aware of anything beyond that. The fire chief has reviewed this. We're going to have fire hydrants. The residential requirement is 750 gallons a minute out of those hydrants. Maybe it will probably be more under the commercial, so I think, to tell you the truth, the standard techniques will probably cover most of the defensible space needs. Plus, you've got basically an irrigated golf course that creates the best defensible spaces.
So what about the 100-foot clearance that CAL FIRE requires?
Those are required only in certain cases, and they're not a clearance requirement, it's a vegetation management requirement.
Right.
So
you tell those people who...
There is a difference. So,
who rake and trim up. So do they have to apply by that too, which is CAL FIRE's?
That's why if we do a master plan for defensible space, it would apply throughout the whole area of the town west.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. And I did have one more.
How did we know that?
Well, it was just, it's under the Public Works Director. The bus shelter is proposed next to the golf course building, and that's private. Wouldn't you want a bus stop shelter near where the open area is for the public, the playing fields and the water hole?
Well, actually, I believe that was worked out to be, or at that location,
or
other
right.
acceptable to both of them. We didn't really know how to pin it down just yet. And again, some of these will ultimately vary with the absolute final design of the tentative map.
Got it. Okay. Now,
the rules do run with the property, and that's the way we've generally written everything. TAZs, Janice covered. Relative to the issue of spills, I mean, obviously, they have occurred in the past, and inherently you have the potential for either an accident, a pipe breakage, or something else in the future. We have added mitigation measures as well as ultimately design requirements that have done everything we believe is reasonable. In this case, we have one added advantage is virtually all of the facilities from here back to the treatment facility are new. So, I mean, they're going to be designed and installed substantially in a single treatment. So you don't have the traditional problem of trying to take new and old pipe, new and old designs, and making them fit, making sure you haven't missed anything. So I think all of that together should go a long way towards mitigating the concerns. We've got redundancy, we've got generators required. Can we guarantee never a spill again? No. The question of conversion of agricultural land. I don't want to be accused of being excessively picky, but I would remind the board in this case that this land is not designated in the general plan for agriculture. It's designated for future single-family residential. That is its current general plan designation. Right, wrong, or indifferent, agriculture at this point is an interim measure until the development that's already anticipated in the general plan occurs. Currently there is agriculture there. It will not be there to the extent that it's currently existing when we're done. There's no doubt about that. The significance of that loss, again, is a board decision. Is that a significant impact to both the agricultural community and the potential development of this property? And I think that's a board call. Water, extensive discussions on water in the document, and I don't know how many hours we've spent trying to deal with this thing. It's a whole bunch. This comes back to the legal argument of I own it, but I can't use it until you say I do, or I say I can. And the argument goes thusly. CCWD says we've got 100,000 acre-feet worth of water rights that we control. We own them. They are very senior rights. The state has said you can't withdraw those waters from the lake and use them until you reach a certain threshold of need. So you've got this catch-22. Until you actually generate the need, you can't get permission to use the additional water. Until you get the permission to use the additional water, can you grant additional need? So we believe we have addressed the concerns. We believe we have looked at the issue. There appears to be more than sufficient physical water available to serve the full needs of the basin. It is our understanding CCWD is in the process of actually moving forward on their request to get those additional allocations to use, not additional water rights, but the right to use their water rights currently. And that, when that's done, they'll be sitting on presumably 10,000 acre-feet worth of water available for use in the future, and this discussion will have gone away.
I'd just like to add to that two things. In the conclusions in the EIR rely heavily on staff's conversations with both the general manager and legal counsel at CCWD with respect to how they feel the proceedings are going to go at the State Water Resources Control Board. And although it is correct that you can never guarantee that the State Water Resources Control Board will permit their water rights, Bob is correct that they do have those water rights, which distinguishes them from many of the cases that have come out recently where it was unknown where the water was going to come from. And in fact, after the California Supreme Court came out with the Vineyards case, we went back and we actually did another review of the water rights analysis to make sure that it complied with the current case law. And we do recommend and believe that it does, that it's based on substantial evidence that there will be sufficient water available to provide for the build-out of the basin as currently proposed.
Okay, you had a question about grading and how mitigation measure 4.5.3, and I don't remember what 4.5.3 is at the moment. Grading was covered under two basic issues. Number one, this is a subdivision, and there will be subdivision improvement plans that cover virtually the entire site that's proposed to be developed. So there is an overview and approval by the county of the grading plans, including erosion control and how they're going to deal with that. In addition, if there are subsequent individual grading permits necessary on any individual lot after the master grading is done, that is done through the building permit process, and that is also covered. So it is regulated under one form or the other current. Okay. Tuolumne County, we've talked about that. We've talked about paying for monitoring and adding a mitigation measure or a condition that does that. Reservations on the playing field. I think we were going to treat that as the same way as homeowners association, we're going to deal with that. And that was the notes that I had. I think we have one way or the other. The PRDs, we do need to talk about the staff a little bit further and make sure we've got all that correct.
One other issue that several board members raised was growth inducement. That's defined in CEQA. It's defined as any particular discretionary project that may result in additional growth. For example, most of the cases deal with the extension of pipelines to a particular project that are oversized that will ultimately be used by additional projects down the road. And the EIR concludes that this project does not have a growth-inducing impact because the adjacent property is already being proposed for development. The application had already come in prior to the time the EIR was released. So that's basically just a difference in opinion between what Mr. Buckley stated is what growth inducement means. But CEQA does require you to look at whether or not a project has a significant growth inducement impact to the area above and beyond that particular project. So you're not looking at this project per se, but what it may do to areas around it. And your opinion as to whether or not you agree with the EIR needs to be based on whether there's substantial evidence in the record to support a finding that there is no growth-inducing impact from this particular project as set forth in the EIR.
Anything else? Russ?
Well, I just wanted to mention to Marita that there is no danger of them reactivating that mine, because as soon as they get rid of the wetlands and drain the pond, it's going to be an amphitheater.
Music in the park.
Yeah.
Anything more from any board member?
I would, if it's appropriate, I would just like to officially make the motion that we continue these three items to the 24th.
Second.
Okay, any additional comments?
I don't know, Bob.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I guess one other clarification. I don't know if, Janice, we can do it now or just do it in the,
Just to address Mr. Felton's comments. The conditions that were agreed upon by the developer after the planning commission hearing have been incorporated as a mitigation measure. Mitigation measure 4.8.2, so that would be part of the project if approved.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Tryon to continue these three items for 2 weeks. This will be July 24th. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries on whatever it is, 401. We're going to go into closed session, so this meeting is...